Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. Welcome to another streaming Saturday where I play Magic the Gathering Arena and we do various other things as we hang out on a Saturday and play the best game that has ever existed. How are you all doing? How is your 2021 going? Way better than 2020, I hope? Or not worse, at least, I hope. So let me check all my cameras here. We've got the amazing cam active. Somehow I am inside of the game. I hacked the game and I'm inside Magic Arena. I am actually an unlockable skin in Arena, if you didn't know that. And then we've also got the full screen over here. Yeah, that's working just fine. Very good. So full screen's gonna work this time. And we've got the web browser. There's a web browser. Yeah, we'll get back to that in just a moment. And then we've got over here also the other camera. Oh, that's just a soul ring. Don't worry about that. So let's get into the game. As we can see in the schedule, we've got our gold digging to do already, although I already started to do some gold digging earlier. We've got a crack-a-pack, not one, not two, but 2.5 crack-a-packs to do. And you'll see why the half is a half. We'll do that in a little bit. I'm interested in playing some Brawl today. And then we'll talk about Kaldheim. So I don't have anywhere listed on the list about draft. I'm not fully feeling draft today. Even though we've got a few types of draft that we could do. Omniscience draft, which I think is a total scam. And then we've got the other Ravnica Allegiance. Well, what about maybe we'll do a Ravnica Allegiance flashback draft? I don't know, maybe we'll do that. Although I'm not really, that's 10,000. It's Premier and it's ranked. Yeah, we'll see about if we want to do any I don't know why they don't make the older sets a little less expensive. Any other events? Standard event, historic, omniscience draft, and it's core 21. That's interesting. Premier draft, Zendikar Rising, quick draft, Zendikar Rising, traditional draft, Zendikar Rising, traditional standard, and traditional historic event. So, I don't know, we'll maybe play some things. So for the moment, we've got some gold digging to do. So, how do we want to do that? Attack with 30 creatures. You know what? I'm going to try some of these other types of events. This is only 1,000. So I'm going to try one of these events and try to see about attacking with 30 creatures. Let's do it with one of these creature-focused decks. This is a Boros-focused deck. Now, we need 3 wins for recuperating the entry fee. And even with 5 wins, it's barely any amount of extra gold, but then it's 2 rares, which could become gems. But okay, let's give it a try. Let's do the gold digging. We'll enter this lower stakes event. It doesn't count towards the ranking, and who knows the variety of people that play this particular event. We've got Run For It Marty as the opponent, and they have a cool Ashiok. They are also working with Lurrus as a companion. I get to play first, so okay. None of these actually target my 10th district, so it's not going to do its amazing thing. Now, Lurrus is obviously going to have, like, what's the name of those spells? Those spells that come back from the graveyard. There's going to be an Alcida Life's Bounty turn 1, of course. There's also going to be some of that enchantment removal, like Deadweight. And then they're going to probably also have that one dog. So let's see what we can do about this opponent. Did I guess it or did I guess it? So, okay. And that was a misplay right there. Whoops. I needed to play the red, but I guess we'll be okay. So, double white so far. You could have... Okay, SRAM. They're playing with SRAM. That's not so bad. Let's just build up a big old Voltron creature, and then to get them to... spend some resources. Third turn. So they've got a SRAM, which I have not seen that one too much. Heliod's Punishment, that'll do a thing. Then they'll probably attack with everything, although Seal Away gives protection. Okay, let's see if we can get this going on. Hey, Dark Lord Eyes, thank you for coming by. Thanks for joining the Discord as well. I'm trying to get my gold for the day. Yeah, exactly. Get that gold. Get that gold as soon as you can, so that then you get the gold to play in events and all this other good stuff. So if you have any questions as you play. Now, didn't you say you started to play recently? That's really cool. So I played back in the 90s, actually, between 1995 and 1999 or so. And then I stopped for a while and gave it up for a while. Okay, so the Alseed needs an activated cost. You open a lot of boosters too, that sounds fun. Huh, why is everything weird? Sometimes there's bugs. So did you open up anything good? Yeah, the opponent got a lot of value out of what they played. They're back up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're back up to 6. And a cartouche draws them a card. Yeah, if I don't get anything meaningful, I need to go to game 2. See, we're both sort of playing like aura decks, but theirs happens to be getting much more luckier than mine. Because there's another one of those. Hey, Stevie, how are you doing? So the opponent is already a 6-8. They're going to play one more. Yeah, let's go on here to the next match. Okay, let's get this strategy correct for the opponent. The opponent... Disenchant, Prison Realm, and Fry. So let's change that up a little bit. Valduk is cool, but too expensive. Heart Piercer won't do what I want. Frenzy Rage is good. Sentinel, Short Sword. Let's do it like this. And then Angelic Gift, Disenchant, Seal Away, Champion. Yeah, I think we'll do it like this. And we got a 2.0 average with more in white. Okay, so after the sideboard right here, let's see if we get this going right. You got some constellations. That's fun in terms of there's a lot of synergies with constellation cards. So that's really cool. Okay, so we know that the opponent has some lockdown enchantments. They've got the Owl Seed, which will protect their other creatures. Let's see if they drop that one Protection Dog. One of those. Sure. Okay, let's do this. Play one of these. Play one of these. But most likely they're gonna have their enchantment removal right here. So we need to get our own removal. That's how we need to play this opponent. They've got all of this removal. So what are they going to do? Heliod's Punishment or Pacify or any one of those things. That'll work just fine, because then it'll also give them the ability from... Alright, Angelic Wind's pretty good. So that goes a 2-4, draws them a card, maybe a land drop, and then a one more. Yeah, there's going to be one more. There's going to be the Sentinel's Eyes. Okay. So... let's set up our own guy here. So most likely they will still play some of their own enchantments on there, so that'll be annoying. And Crooks, Tighten Up Death Hunger, a lot of good stuff. It does sound really good. Crooks is a very good card, definitely. Alright, well, the opponent has completely the upper hand, so okay, let's move on to the next. That was going to be life gain plus 8, and it wasn't going to tap. Yeah, it was game over. It was just about whoever got their best things first, and they got theirs first. Okay, let's try that again. Someone else, hopefully. It's funny how the algorithm matches you sometimes. But the opponent definitely had all of their pieces way faster than me, so let's move on. How's everyone doing so far this week? This is the second week of 2021. Anything interesting happen? I should get my big book of questions. Where do I have that anyway? My big book of questions, and I thought I had it somewhere. But one of the ones that's in there is like, what was your favorite meal of the week? I made a meatloaf. Did I say that last week? Or when did I make that? Yeah, I made it recently. I made a meatloaf. I forgot to put the salt and pepper, but it still tasted good. And I thought it came out good, and I still have some. Okay, they're playing those colors. So is that, what's that gonna be? That's probably going to be... it's nothing, okay. Heard of the New Year off, right. Looking forward to seeing the 3-planet thing in the sky over there. Yeah, is that this, whoops, my thing might have been too careless, too... Please refrain from posting links. So that's weird. Did my system... Did my system for some reason delete your posts or something? That's weird. View deleted message. I know why, because it's... I don't know. Why did it do that? Start of the year, 3 planets... Why would it have done that? But let's do some wacky stuff right here. They're good gaming me already. Okay, yeah, because I'm getting this huge menace creature. Okay, so they saw the writing on the wall. That Heart Piercer bow perhaps is not as good as I thought, so instead they're playing green, maybe a Prison Realm. Okay. Hey, Angle, you just subscribed. So cool. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for stopping by. You just walked in on the opponent rage conceding because my little guy is gonna go from smole to swole. No mulligan club, YOLO. So we'll see how this goes. So they seem to be playing 3 colors. What were they playing? They were playing blue, red, and green. What are those colors? I always get the names of the 3 colors. I never remember those. Yeah, no worries about that. I know you're over there on East Coast time, so right now it's 8, 9, 10, 11, it's already 11:30-ish for you, so I appreciate you stopping by at least to say hello. So that's really cool. Also, I wanted to, so if people don't know, go check out Angle of Reason's streams and join her Discord. She's got a really cool community that I also need to stop by and more often and go hang out with her and the and her crew. So I know you did like a really cool thing in Christmas. Oh man, you did a cool thing on Christmas, and you continue to do cool things. I just saw you did an alert on something that was also going on here. So many elementals. Boondoggle is totally boondoggling me with so many elementals. But I am running out of mana. But probably what would be cool here is, let's see about attaching this, and it draws a land. Come on, give me that land. Not a land. But anyway, I've got some elementals. There's always something going on. Yeah, definitely. Oh no, those little doggies are... Those little doggies are becoming big doggies. Okay, I guess I'll put another angelic gift, another... Yeah, this is totally the elemental deck. I'm dead here, right? 7, 8, 9... 9 in total. Well, not quite dead yet, but that's a lot that I need to take care of. So I'm gonna have to hold back and block. Yeah, I've only got 2 blockers. Obviously they're gonna do a landfall. This is game over. But healer draws them a card, gains them life, gives them a landfall. There's going to be probably at least 2 landfall triggers here. Yeah, so that's game over right there. Alright, let's go for game 3. So I don't have like, well, what would be great against that opponent is the what would be great against that opponent is the oh, you know what, I just realized I'm playing the artisan version of this deck. No wonder I feel like I'm missing things. I don't even know why I have that deck. Well, at least I have my removal. So yeah, I just realized I have to name these things a little bit more properly. I'm playing the artisan version of it, so I'm missing like Core... What's her name? Core Spirit Dancer, is that her name? Well, I'm missing things in that deck. But anyway, let's see if we can get it going on this time. Seal away. Scorch Spitter. Draw a card here. This is a Boros Voltron deck, basically. If you attach a bunch of cool things to certain creatures, cool stuff happens. There's that Risen Reef. No extra land drop, that's gotta hurt. Shoot. That's like a shame concede right there, isn't it? I don't know why I thought that was a prison realm. Yeah, I thought that was a prison realm, so... And I'm also missing a land to drop, so... At least I've got a vigilant blocker. Okay, let's see. Really experimental things directly come together nicely. What colors do you like to play there? Dark Lord Eyes. So I usually like playing Demir, so black and blue, or Orzhov, black and white, or Mono Black. Okay, well, the opponent definitely is popping off. Hopefully they don't play any more 1-mana elemental. Though, of course, they'll play 1 more mana elemental, so super annoying. The combo names, I know things as long as I need to know them, and then they leave my mind. Yep, that opponent. So they've definitely got a lot of impressive stuff going on, but what do I want to do here? Well, let's do one of these. Draw that. Draw one of these. Valduck. Do we want Valduck? Sure. Okay, next turn I can summon that Valduck and attach the short sword and get more attackers. They have full 7 hands. That gets the landfall. Again, okay, they're gonna do 3 damage, I guess, to my... Stream a lot of new Magic players and the nicknames just confuse them. Yeah, I try to say the... Interesting. Huh. Why would it not exile their own? Oh, I see, because they did the small thing. Okay, anyway. Let's do one of these right here. Yeah, this is game over. They've got a full grip of cards. They've got an Ugin out. They're just gonna +3 onto mine, and let's not waste time. We know that they got it. Now the funny thing is that it seemed like they were doing an elemental deck, and then they have an Ugin. So obviously people can play how they want, but when it looks like you've got when you've got an elemental deck, and then let's throw in an Ugin as well, that is a flavor fail. Okay, so I was playing the artisan version of it, but where is my non-artisan? No, I think that one's a little better. It's got some more, a little bit more synergy, because there's a couple of rares in there. I think I've got in the sideboard, like, what would have been very helpful for that against that opponent, for example, is the Settle the Wreckage, because that one's rare, right? It would have been in the sideboard, so tried to give it a go, but no one else is playing the artisan version of things, so that was kind of a waste of the entry fee. But it's my fault for their names being so similar. So, how's everyone's week so far? What was your greatest triumph this week? And a triumph means anything at all, including, well, today I walked the dog, or I did my chores on time, and all of that stuff. So, what's your greatest triumph of the week? What was mine? What was my greatest triumph of the week? I read some comic books. I'm reading the Star Wars Dr. Aphra comic book. Do y'all know Dr. Aphra? She's a character. Her name is Chelly Aphra, and she's in the comics, in the Star Wars comics at the moment. Very popular character. She's like a cross between Han Solo and Indiana Jones. She is a space archaeologist with a gray sense of morality, especially with artifacts that need to be liberated and that sort of thing. Your greatest triumph is you're finally going to learn how to model in Maya. You're going to work on it little by little. So, Maya versus Blender. Yeah, I know that you were working on Blender, but then possibly... So now you're switching over to Maya? You like that one? I mean, that could be a possibility. Okay, so they're totally ramping over here. Let's see if we can outrace them. So, do a little bit of shock and awe right here. Then we can drop a Frenzied Rage and make that little guy huge. Discovering Juggernauts, new apprentice stronger than Xavier. Huh, I didn't see that. That Juggernaut has an apprentice. I knew that he had a brand new issue #1 recently. Okay, so the opponent is definitely ramping into something scary. Are they going to Ugin me as well? So yeah, anyway, Juggernaut, they had a new issue #1 recently. Here we go. Well, we'll summon her soon enough, but let's set up a really big Legionnaire. So they already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They do have 6 mana, so this is like little Ugin here. Extinction event, close enough. So what we will do here is a... Yeah, so that was an exile. Okay, so if we bring in a core and one of these, let's see if we don't get anything else. Don't get that stomped on. You figured you'd learn it while you have your 2-year student license still being active to get its use. Yeah, that's definitely a strategy. Learn all that you can. Okay, so yeah, I think they're just trying to maybe ramp into... So that's gonna just be a... I was gonna say that's gonna be a okay, they could bring to life their Guardian Idol. Let's see if they do that. You have to tap your mana perfectly right, because I know that with that Guardian Idol, Arena does some weird taps. So if you don't tap that right... Alright, so if you don't tap that Guardian Idol right, it definitely... if you don't tap your mana properly with a Guardian Idol, I know that it definitely can mess you up. Sheltering light. For a little indestructibility. There's been so many times that I've had that Guardian Idol mana rock on the field, and the auto tap is just so confused. So okay, there we go. There's that Ugin, like I said. And they probably won't do it. Yeah, they're gonna do the exile because their things are colorless. So here's another Ugin. Another Ugin focused deck. So they can probably minus their Ugin again. How do we get out of this? Let's see. I guess in the sideboard, do I have those? Guess I don't. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna get out of this. This was our artifact. Just feel that it's definitely the matching algorithm's a little weird. So they ramped into those things. So in theory I should be able to get to my white mana relatively easily. Let's see if this game ends from a coin flip. So we've got, as we can see there on the schedule, we've got a few things that we will be doing in addition to some gameplay. I've got a crack-a-pack, so I've got one of these, an Ikoria booster pack right over here. This Ikoria booster pack, hopefully I get like a cool showcase card or whatever. What did you all think about Ikoria? Was this a yay or a nay? I liked all the sets basically, so I liked it. I liked that they were trying to do stuff with companions. Yeah, it was too powerful. They had to minimize companions, but I wish they had not had to nerf it so bad. Okay, so the only way to get through this is to just go into a mad rage here. That's already a 7/6. So you haven't gotten any sets recently, but you've been eyeballing the set for your next. So, of course, they had that extinction event. Let's see if I don't get any more let's see if I don't whiff on any more land. So they have their Karn. Okay, I'm getting more lands. Great. Nothing meaningful out of the graveyard. Well, there's actually Frenzied Rage. So that Karn and such is just there for to stall. Mind Stone. Just getting all the lands. Amazing. One, two, three, four, five, six. There's a Forsaken. They obviously have their Ugin or whatever next, so this is game over. Yeah, GG opponent. Stalled up enough to get what they need. Okay, let's go on. How you place these in ranked matches. You go over here to, if you don't have all of the modes, so you see right here, if you have just limited modes over here, make sure you turn on the arena play mode right here, all play mode right there. If you turn that on, when you go into play, the ranked ones are going to be under here. Okay, so it's under find a match, and then that's all of these that say ranked. So standard ranked, that's best of 1. That'll let you go on the rankings, and you also go to the traditional standard rank, that's best of 3, which I prefer, and then that's there, ranked. And then we've also got traditional historic ranked, so that's best of 3 with all the cards. Standard is just the most recent year, let's say, and then historic is all the last like 3 years. And then historic ranked is also, it's ranked and it's historic, all the cards, but it's best of 1. So any of these that say ranked down here, that's for constructed. If you want to do limited, so draft boosters, so all of these down here are for playing when you've already got a deck ready to play with. And then if you don't have a deck ready to play with, you can play one of these drafts. And on a draft, you build a deck from the cards that they give you on the spot, and then you play and rank up on that. So let's see. Alright, we already did our gold digging. Let's do our first crack-a-pack, like I said. So let me switch over to the other camera over here, then we'll take a little break. And we'll play some more. So, other camera right here, you are welcome. So, the here is my pack of real-life cards. Ikoria, Lair of Behemoths, Liar of Behemoths. Find your monster. See, that's the thing, that booster packs nowadays don't have like a cool story on them anymore. Back in my day, they used to. Now you get a booster pack with like a cool little art, and then it doesn't really tell you anything. You have to get them in some of these packs over here, and then it says something like, seek out the perfect monster companion, take on the behemoths of Ikoria, and claw your way to the top of the food chain. They need to have that on the packs themselves. Like, there's just so many kind of like little examples of Wizards of the Coast sometimes not like maximizing themselves for like new players. Because if you look at booster packs of older sets, they had a cool story. I don't know when they stopped, but on my YouTube channel, if you go back and see some of my Crack-a-Pack videos from the old days, like way back in the 90s, those had a little story on the booster pack. You go back and watch my video about opening Fallen Empires. It's got an amazing like novel on the booster pack itself, and nowadays they don't. So actually, let me do something over here. Empires. Yeah, let me just try something over here. Can I see this? Set details, marketing, storyline, themes. I'm looking at a website. No, it doesn't seem to have it, but I have one that I could have in my collection somewhere over here, but maybe we'll do that in a little bit. But anyway, let's open up. What I was just trying to show was that these used to have a story. So let's open this up. See if there's anything really cool for my decks. Alright, so we'll take a quick look here. Divine Arrow, 2 mana, deal 4 damage to an attacker or blocker. Love that. Glimmer Bell, ooh, I like this little guy. Elemental Jellyfish, 2 mana, 1/3, it's flying. And then pay 2 to untap it. So it attacks, you pay 2, and then you keep it untapped for the future. The Bushmeat Poacher, ooh, this is a bad person. This is a 4 mana, 2/4 human soldier, 1 and a tap. Sacrifice another creature. You gain life equal to that creature's toughness, and you draw a card. It's really flavorful. Like, okay, this human soldier will kill another creature, and then you'll eat it and get energy from it and draw a card. Very, very flavorful. But obviously, poachers, boo, poachers. And then her flavor text: if you've never feasted on Zagoth Terror Pig, I got the best price you'll find. So that's pretty fun there, but boo on the poachers. Wilt, so 2 mana, destroy an artifact or enchantment, or cycle it. Pay 2 if you don't need it. Instead, pay 2, get rid of this card and get another card. Nothing returns from the nightmare nests of Indatha unscathed. And we've got a Patagia Tiger, 5 mana. It's a cat. It's a 3/4. It's got flying. When it enters the battlefield, one of your humans gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Oh yeah, this is Luca's pet that is all over the artwork of Ikoria. Not pet, but companion. Luca looked out from the parapet and saw not a monster to be put down, but a fierce kind of beauty. So if you don't know the story about Ikoria, it's that basically it's this world where there's humans. Humans are like the endangered species, and all over the world there's a lot of interesting creatures. And the humans are very scared and hateful of the animals, but some humans actually can bond with the creatures. And Luca is a character that always grew up his whole life like being trained to kill the animals. And so then this Patagia Tiger melted his heart, and he's like, hey, monsters are not so bad, and they became buddies. Shredded Sails, 2 mana, instant, choose one, destroy an artifact, or deal 4 damage to a creature with flying, or pay 2 to cycle it to get rid of this card and get another card instead. Hampering Snare, 2 mana, instant, give a creature -2/-0 so you can weaken it, or pay 2 to cycle it and get another card. I wanted to look at me in the eyes and know the face of the man who put it down. And that is Kelsign the Plague. So yeah, that's one of those humans that's a little bit like, chill, calm down. They're just animals of nature. Evolving Wilds. Tap it, sacrifice it, go get another land instead. It's not hard to grasp that this land does not belong to us, and that is Gavi Nest Warden. And that is true on planet Earth as well. We have Blood Curdle. I love this art. This wolf with a lot of purple energy. 4 mana, instant, destroy a creature. Put a menace counter on a creature you control, so then it becomes harder to block. Fear pierces the strongest armor. So very true. Fight as one. I love this art too, like the human and the monster together, and they're all bonded into a cool battle stance together. 1 white mana, instant, choose one or both. One of your humans gets +1 and indestructible, and one of your non-humans gets +1 and indestructible. I have this one in one of my favorite decks. It works very well to make the humans indestructible and the non-humans, and they fight together, they fight as one. Ooh, Zenith Flare, I hate this card. I hate people using it against me all the time, it's so good. 4 mana, Zenith Flare deals X damage to any target, and obviously the target is me. And they gain X life, where X is the number of cards with cycling ability in their graveyard. So if you build the deck just right, this is going to deal like 10 damage, and that they're going to gain 10 life. So pretty great card, but they always use it against me. I defy this world to try our defenses now. Send Terrans and Skycats, send Vadrock. And that's Janae getting very too boastful. Coppercoat Architect. Next, we've got a Polywog Symbiote, 2 mana, 1/3 frog. Each creature spell you cast costs 1 less to cast if it has Mutate. I didn't get any Mutate creatures so far, but this would decrease the cost. And whenever you cast a creature spell, if it has Mutate, draw a card, then discard. It always knew it was destined to be more than a frog. We got Obosh, the Prey Piercer, one of the legendary creatures, one of the legendary companions. 5 mana, it's a 3/5, it's a Hellion Horror. That reminds me, let's do a little side detour over here, because I'm easily distracted. Let's go over here to the web browser for a moment. How many cards in the history of Magic are of type Hellion? Because Obosh is a Hellion. There are 20 Hellions in the world of Magic. Blitz Hellion, Caldera Hellion, Chandra's Fire Maw. Okay, I know that one. Chaos Maw. That's Hour of Devastation. Oops. When cast matches, I failed 3 damage to each other creature. That's fun. Cinder Hellion, Crater Hellion, Devouring Hellion, that's from War of the Spark. Emberclaw Hellion, they're all red. Flameborn Hellion, Flowstone Hellion, originally from Stronghold. Inferno Hellion on Core Set and Jumpstart. Iron Barb Hellion, that one's scary with that mouth. Lathnu Hellion, Magma Hellion, Obosh, the Prey Piercer, Pyroclastic Hellion. They're pretty much all red, but I guess there's a few red-green. Thromok, the Insatiable. Ooh, I like this art. Ulasht, the Hate Seed. Wait a minute. This says Hydra, but why is it under... Oh, nowadays it's a Hellion Hydra. But when they first printed it, it was only a Hydra. That's interesting. So it's a legendary Hellion Hydra. Ulasht, the Hate Seed. Ulasht, the Hate Seed comes into play with 1/1 counter for each other red creature, and a +1 for each other green creature. That's cool. 1 and remove a 1 counter. Choose one. Ulasht gets +1 or put a 1 separately. That's kind of cool. You can do some fun shenanigans with that. Yeah, that's weird. Why did that also? It affects that lead to all colors you like death. I think for whatever reason my moderation software is thinking that your usage of the word death is doing something. No, I know that's not it. It's because I see, because it's, you wrote depends dot experimenting without the space. Yeah, I got it. Sorry about that. I've got to check my moderation software. It seems to think that you're trying to post links, but the problem is that you made a sentence and then a period and then not a space, and it thinks it's like, you know, website.com. So sorry about that, but I guess to not get caught in the moderation software, put a period then a space and it'll be fine. But anyway, what you wrote, which got erased, sorry about that, it said you like effects that lead to other colors, lead to all colors. You like death and mutation, though it depends. Experimenting is fun. You love dark. Yeah, I like black magic as well here. So back to what we had here, because we had this Obosh card, and I just got curious and I wanted to see what other Hellions there were. So let's get back to cracking these. So we had Obosh, Hellion, Horror. It's a 3/5. If a source you control with an odd converted mana cost would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage. That's cool. So when this deals damage, it actually deals 6 damage. And if you want this as your companion, your starting deck must contain only cards with odd converted mana costs. Hey Mark, how are you doing? I'm just doing the crack a pack for this vintage set. Remember back in the old days, the set Ikoria? So I just got to the rare, which then caused me to segue over to how many, because this is a Hellion horror, and I was curious, how many Hellions exist in the world of Magic? Before, because we know the answer that we were here, but Mark, try to guess. In the world of Magic, how many current creatures have a creature type of Hellion? You get two chances. We saw it a moment ago, but don't reveal it to Mark yet. Shh. Let him try to guess. So how many creatures in the world of Magic have the creature type Hellion? While you're guessing, the next card is a foil Tranquil Cove. That looks really nice. I like how the colors pick up on the ocean right there. It's confusing my camera, but looks nice. Comes in tapped, you gain 1 life, and then you get dual colors. Cool. I don't play a lot of Azorius, but that's that. No, Hellions in all of Magic. In past sets, yeah, exactly. In Ikoria, I believe there's only 1. Let me confirm that. Sort by set. Let me see. In Ikoria, yeah, there's only 1 in Ikoria, but in all of the sets of past sets. So you mentioned Ember Hellion. Ember Maw Hellion. Yes, but what's your guess for in total of all of the Hellions that might exist? And then the next card in the Cracker Pack is an island, and then a promo card. Knowing how they run these sets or playing on pass, I would guess 200 cards that have a Hellion type. Good guess. Any other guesses? What about you, Mark? What would you guess as the... or maybe also... Angle, if you're still hanging out, or Dark Lord Eyes. How many would you guess? I did show it briefly on the screen, but how many Hellions would you guess are in the world of Magic? We have 1 vote for 200. Anyone else? Someone's sending me a Cowboy Bebop meme. Can't play with sound just yet. Let me just reply to one quick text here. We have a vote for 15. Okay, the answer is, if we switch over to the web browser, according to everyone's favorite Magic search engine, Scryfall.com, we have 20 Hellions. So Stevie, you were right if you remove 1 0, and Mark, you were right if you add 5 more. So there we go. And then, yeah, there's also Cinder Hellion. Yeah, Cinder Hellion right there. 5 mana, that's from Oath of the Gatewatch. Trample, 4/4. Was that printed before? Yeah, just Oath of the Gatewatch. Trample, 4/4. When Cinder Hellion enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to a target opponent. That's fun. There's also another one over here. Chaos Maw, when it enters, it deals 3 damage to each other creature. So a little lightning bolt to everything else when that gets summoned. So that's fun. Yeah, exactly. 20 of them. And here's a funny one. Ulasht, the Hate Seed, was originally a Hydra. But then nowadays, it is a Hellion Hydra. So double. All right, let's get back to a little bit. Actually, I'm going to take a quick break. I've been streaming an hour now. I'm going to take a quick break. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. We've got a lot of people so far. Totally appreciate it, especially on the YouTube. Going to take a little break. On the schedule, we already did the gold digging. We've got Cracker Pack 1. We're going to do some Brawl next. We got another Cracker Pack because I have another, but this one is from another vintage set, Core Set 2021. And we'll open that up in a moment. And I've got another thing right here. Let's see. I'm going to show like a tiny piece of it right here. See that? Something that I'm going to open up right here. Something, but it is Magic related, but we're going to see what it is in just a moment. So I'm going to take a break, be back in just a bit, do a little gameplay, and then open up some packs, and then keep hanging out. I'm going to go find my book of questions, and then that PS4 is breaking the connection. Well, maybe y'all can trade internet time. So, okay, I'll be back in just a moment. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out so far. All right, everyone, we are back. So let's do some gameplay, and then we'll open some packs and do other things. And before that, though, I have the question of the day book. Thank you. Let's look what the question of the day for January 9th is. How was today typical? Why? No. Let me start over. Was today typical? Why or why not? So today, Saturday, was today typical or not? It's been typical in terms of there's not a lot of interesting things to do, in terms of obviously if there's a pandemic going on, not really much to do outside. So I didn't really do much outside. Typical, just like commonly, what is something commonly happening? Was today like a common day? What you would usually be doing? So that's kind of what that's asking. So obviously on the one hand it's not typical from last year, but it is typical from the last several months, and hopefully that will change and not typical. And let's see here, we have a little guest to the stream again here. So you're saying it's the same old. As I recall, did your prime minister, there was recently an election, right? And her party was re-elected pretty much? Is that, I believe I saw that on some of the international news. You thinking when creatures die and leave behind a token creature, also afterlife? Some creatures do that, yes. The afterlife type of creatures do leave a spirit behind. That's kind of a new sort of effect recently. Still trying to find a unique fitting name. Yeah. Well, at the vet his name is Ash, but who knows what is the official name. Do you want a little drink here as well? Little drink here? No, you're not old enough yet. You have to be 21 to have some of that. So he's nice at the moment, but when he's got energy going around, he's definitely. I had to close the door earlier because he jumped from that chair onto my desk, right on top of the collectible comic books that I recently bought, and they spilled, not all the way to the ground, but I just bought those, and there he is jumping on top of them. So I mean, he's kind of low energy at the moment, but he was running around a lot earlier because he was chasing the laser pointer. He loved the laser pointer a lot. So yep, there we go. So let's get back to some how do cats age. I saw somewhere that the cat's aging sort of thing is different than the dog's aging. And I think there it was sort of like 9 years or something, cats versus dogs, something like that. Looks like he has flames around. Let's get another look at him like that. Like on the side of the eyes there, like a roadster or a a hot rod sort of thing, like that. The flames. And then also on the front. On the front he's got an interesting pattern. And then the main thing is on the side also. Someone was saying that he looks like a mocha coffee sort of thing because of the brown and the swirls that he's got. So I'm gonna try to put him on my lap over here. Maybe he'll get comfortable and not chew on the headphone cable. Like a phoenix face. Yeah, hot rod flames on the side. Alright, so I'm gonna play something not too high impact, just in case the cat wants to. I noticed that he has been looking at the... He has been, when I'm sitting here and he's on my lap, he has been looking towards my laptop and seeing all the action, and when he gets very brave, he wants to grab the mouse. Alright, so I'm playing this Zagreth San opponent, which at least I know that they can't trick flash it in because it's in their command zone. So let's see if we can deal with that. So they're playing with one of these rogue decks. So we're going to get milled. And we're going to try to get some creatures sneak attacked in. And I'm playing this veto deck where it's all about life gain and stuff. So the opponent is thinking very hard. Yes, very, very hard. So that's a ginger ale plus gin. So it's a gin. Okay, the opponent is thinking very hard, or their connection broke, or my connection broke. Okay, so here's another question. This was yesterday's question. What song is stuck in your head? Now, this is the 2020 question a day journal, and so it's already 2021 and I'm writing in another one. I guess I should go get that one. But these are the questions from the beginning of 2020. And I think I was already asking some of these questions and all of you were hanging out on the stream, so if you remember a whole year ago, then possibly the you might remember some of these. So what I wrote a year ago about what song is stuck in your head, at that point I was listening to over and over that epic rap battles of history, that epic rap battles of history song. Does anyone know the Thanos versus Oppenheimer rap? I thought that was very fun, very clever rap. And the cat just jumped on the laptop and tried. The cat jumped on the laptop and tried to grab the brazen borrower fairy. Zareth San does not have haste, so that's what you get. It's a historical YouTube. You're uncultured. It's nonetheless, it is still a great series. You should check it out. It's various historical or fictional characters that rap against each other. Mystics a duo and loses all abilities. Okay. No, he jumped. I don't know if it was visible on the camera, but he also jumped. He jumped again and he tried to grab he's like, don't beat him up. Like, the cat is telling my opponent, don't beat up my master. And now, ouch, now he's biting me. Because he's nocturnal, now is the time to come to life. Whoops, did you not see that that is a blocker? And I gain life. Anyways, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7. That's 2. That's 3. And just for fun, I'll attack with a 0, 3. So got rid of theirs, got rid of mine. Which one? Which one do you like? This one here, the Sanctum of Stone Fangs. I like this one a lot. How little by little it just damages them over and over. Seven, 8, 9. They have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bubble snare off of that. Sure. Six, 7, 8. They'll probably get, yeah, there's their final mana, and then now they're gonna attack with, actually, they got greedy right there because they had enough mana to attack with their Sky Dancer and then Zareth Sandmeat, but I guess that'll be fine because actually, they only need to pay 4 for that, so it doesn't even matter. They've got enough for it. Null Priest, can I bring something good back? Not really. Let's see if this will work here. They have 2 cards left in hand. They could pay the alternate cost for their unblocked. There's not much that they could steal. There's not much that they could steal, but they could definitely do that mill. They do have the blocker, but they're already looking at it, so that's dead. And then they still have enough to tap out. Well, not anymore. Yeah, they're either I don't know how that fully works, or they're not realizing what they can do, but I guess they're also being a little too cautious. So I could draw a card or eat a food. Okay, so they didn't play that for that cost. Interesting. I don't think they're doing that deck as efficiently as they could. They should be paying for their flash cost right there. So anyways, let's draw a card before they mill it. Wow, a land. Then next turn I have a bunch of next turn I have a bunch of alright, there we go. Sanctum, finally it's doing its thing. So here's how my deck is working. I'm attacking with these creatures that have a lot of life link. So when I gain life, they lose life. So because they didn't block that, this is game over, because all I have to do is eat my food, and then I gain that life, and then they die. There we go. They're like, no! And then they quit. So that death touch creature, yeah, this death touch creature, definitely, it's one of the best ones. It gets bigger and bigger the more dead things there are, and then it death touches anything with one hit. And then this enchantment, it automatic, they lose a life, I gain a life, and then when I've got veto out there, it doubles everything. You need to play the flash cost or you won't get the flash point. They didn't get the flash point. We lost it a couple of times, and I'm drinking, but what I ate here was the food token right there, the scary looking pie, and when I ate that, it then doubled the damage with veto, and they lost. I had 34 life, and they were down to 0. I didn't notice, but a moment ago my timer said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 hour, 23 minutes, 45 seconds. It's at 1:26:08. But if I had noticed it, it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 a moment ago. Okay, let's play a game or two more, then we'll go to the next crack-a-pack. See what that one is. But I was going to ask this other question. You all didn't answer, did you? Okay, this says what song is stuck in your head, but what music or song or whatever have you heard recently? Let's ask it that way easily. In 2020, I heard over and over a variety of albums. I kept hearing over and over Siamese Dream from the Smashing Pumpkins. That was an album that it's from like 1994, 1995 or something. And I've had the album for years, not since then, but for years. And it had like 3 songs that were like the hit songs that I would gladly hear over and over. But then the other songs felt like a bit of too long, too much to listen to. So it wasn't until this year that I heard that album from start to finish. I've heard it, of course, from start to finish, but I would almost never in the 15 or more years that I've had it, I would not listen to that album start to finish. But in 2020, I started to listen to my whole music collection, literally from A to Z on my music collection, and I was listening to every album basically from beginning to end. And Siamese Dream, I have much more of an appreciation for it now. Songs that I would skip before because I thought they were too slow, they didn't rock enough, etc., etc. Hearing them again in songs like Mayonnaise and Luna and Space Boy, those were extremely enjoyable. And have a new appreciation for that album now. And what about any of you? Any interesting... Okay, so all I need is my Tormod's Crypt, and then they'll auto-concede because then Uro will be removed from the graveyard. But anyway, what about all of you? Any of you hear anything interesting? See, there we go. Okay, next turn, Malakir, but at least that's a Vampire Cleric, and that's a Vampire Cleric. Do I have any other party members? That's a Vampire Warrior. Alright, I can do that. I bring in that Cull Blade. Can't mutate that yet. That is an even, that is odds. Okay, let's send in some flying action and then extinct that lurker as even. We don't need a mutate creature ready to do more mutate shenanigans. Giganta is online. Do I have a way to get rid of it? Not really. Actually, don't I? 4, 5, 6. How much mana is that? Barely at 5 mana. It feels like I'm so... 1, 2, 3, 4. I've only got 5 mana in total. Are you kidding me? Okay. Whenever you gain life, we'll do that in a moment. Let's do it this way. Alright, so untapping with the Giganta, of course, is big trouble because it can do a lot of good things with its ability. Their graveyard is empty except for Uro, so they can't do anything about that. That's pretty annoying. Terror, but at least... If I get one more land, come on, one more. That's not a land. Great. Yeah, I really needed one more land. This is not good. Just have to keep waiting until get that one more land. So hopefully they only summon one more creature, but probably they'll summon a couple. Oh, Genesis Ultimatum, that's a good one. Well, actually, yeah, that's when all of these creatures will come in, so that's gonna do double damage. So if I only had that, if I only had that, and one more damage off of that, yeah. If I had only gotten that final mana, I would have been able to avoid that, but... At least now, there that is. So even that's not gonna be, that's not really gonna save me. Because I've got 2 attacking creatures, they have 4 mana. Yeah, they have all the mana, all the cards. I don't think this is gonna be something I can come back from. I already used my extinction event, and I don't think I have another mass removal and another ultimatum. Yeah, they won with all of the with all that mana and all of those creatures and all of those cards. All right. Let's try that again. See, part of playing Magic is knowing when things are way too dire. Let's play one more game, then we'll do the... Crack-a-Pack. Go back to another question. This was back in January 7th. Are you lucky? How so or not so? So, what do you think about that? What is your luckiness factor? Are you lucky or not lucky? How would you categorize yourself? You're lucky you got your kids, your family, and Alicia. Yes, that is a great way to see it all, definitely. Your luckiness factor is somehow you have not ever been stung by bees. You don't want to find out. I have been stung by bees, one bee, and it was, I feel like it was a while ago, maybe in the last 10 years. I was driving. I don't remember if it was in my current car or my old car. Probably my old car. And I was driving, the windows were down. It must have been a nice summer in California, and so that's a rogue, and that's a rogue. That's a cleric. Let's see if we can do it this way. So, I was driving, the window was down, I had my arm, I don't even know if it was like even hanging or whatever off of the window, but then I started to feel something right on my elbow area. Started to feel something on my elbow area, and it was like slightly painful, and then suddenly pretty painful, and I'm like, what? And then I realized that it was a bee sting that stung me on my elbow. So, whoops, why did they tap their creature? I guess they tapped their creature to make me think, oh, you should attack with your death touch creature, and then I can attack with my 10/10 creature. I can still block with that 10/10 and then sacrifice it and draw a life off of it. Although all their creatures are actually now mana creatures, are forests. One blue and a forest. That seems tricky. You caught a bee in your fist. Like you were the Karate Kid and there was a bee flying around. You went like this and you caught it with like 2 fingers, right? That's what I wish I could do. Oh man, that's getting subdued. Whatever. That's gonna be a fly. Okay, wow. They definitely did their amazing thing. Now they're playing all of their enchantments. Guess they still have enough for one more enchantment. Oh, okay. They'd rather tap out. Oh, never mind. Alright, let's see about trying a card off over here. Not good. They have way so many options. They're going to sacrifice that fish because nothing else is valuable. And we'll have one of these. That'll easily get blocked. That'll give me a little life. I'm still dead. Maybe. Okay, there's one enchantment. It's not an enchantment, okay, but I'm sure they're going to play an enchantment right now. 16 in the air. If they can get 2 flyers in the air, then that's a problem. That's one enchantment right there that makes copies of things. It's probably a game over, right? Alright, well, they got it. Alright, let's do the next crack-a-pack. And switching over to see the other camera. Let's see. Here we go. All right. So the other pack that I got here was Core Set 2021, or now it's just Core 2021, I guess. And I was remarking earlier that the packs themselves don't have any cool story on them anymore, just a bunch of dumb copyright information. But back in the old days, do you remember this, Mark? Do you remember back at a certain point the booster packs had a little bit of a story on them? Obviously, we don't have to go all the way back to, I was mentioning earlier, Fallen Empires. But back at some point, the booster pack itself had a story. And now they don't really have that anymore. Now they're on the supplemental packaging over here. So Ikoria, find your monster, seek out the perfect monster companion, take on the behemoths of Ikoria, and claw your way to the top of the food chain. So with Core 21, with Core 21, your opponents are history. You remember having the green grizzly bear deck, you had a booster having a small story. Yeah, exactly. So that wasn't that long ago. Why did they stop putting a story on them? So here's Core 21. Core Set 2021 is the perfect place to dive into magic or power up your collection. Call upon powerful planeswalkers, learn more about the life and times of Teferi, and score reprints of some of Magic's most iconic cards. So I remember before Core Set 21 was released, well, months before it, like 9 months or something, Wizards of the Coast had said, yeah, Core Set 21 is going to be a Teferi-focused deck. And everyone was like, no, please. Because the Teferi at that moment was a very annoying Planeswalker card. And then when the one on this set came out, it wasn't as bad as everyone thought. So Core Set 2020 had 4 Chandras, and people thought there were going to be like 4 Teferis. There's only 1, I guess. So anyway, yes, your opponents are history. So let's open this one up and see how many grizzly bears we get in this one. Any other fun, cool cards to play? Oh, look at that. This one's backwards. When I opened up the Ikoria a moment ago, the first card visible was the card, and now this one's the backwards style. So let me check here. This does say it's the USA printing. I know that the Japanese printing would have them backwards like this. But what about the Ikoria? This one's also US. So I wonder why some of them are like this. So they have the extra step of... Oops, my camera's falling. So they would have the extra step of flipping them over. So we've got the Burn Bright, 3 mana, instant creatures. All your creatures get a +2. I like that. I actually have that on one of my decks on Arena. So all creatures instantly get a +2. Then we've got Rambunctious Mutt. So I've got that in my Renanseri deck. 5 mana. It's a dog. It's a 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, it destroys. It chews up one of your opponent's artifacts or enchantments. Really cool card. Then we've got the Spined Megalodon, 7 mana for a 5/7, hexproof, and whenever this attacks, scry 1. Don't use this card a lot, but I like what it does. Goblin Wizardry, this card's better than you think. 4 mana, instantly creates 2 1/1 goblins, and then when you cast a non-creature spell, they get stronger. Liliana's Steward, it's a 1 black mana, creature zombie, it's a 1/2, tap it, sacrifice this, target opponent discards a card. So it's either an attacker or it messes with their hand. And we've got the Drowsing Pteranodon. 2 mana, it's a 3/2 defender. But if you've got another big creature, then this can actually attack. It wakes up. So back in the day, there was a 2 mana for a 2/2 Grizzly Bear, and now we get a 2 mana for a 3/3 Dinosaur. Gloom Sower, I like this card, but it never really works that well. 7 mana for an 8/6, and when it becomes blocked, that creature's controller loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. So it's a horror. First the darkness fell, terror came next, after that only despair remained, and that was the tragedy of Maureen. Roaming Ghostlight, 5 mana, 3/2. It's a spirit, it's a flying. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target non-spirit creature to its owner's hand. So it bounces back one of their creatures, and you get a 3/2. Return to Nature, classic, 2 mana. Either destroy an artifact, or an enchantment, or exile something from their graveyard. Yes, nature is stronger. You don't see little buildings sprouting on trees. Haha, get wrecked. And we've got the Skeleton Archer. This is one of the very few cards in Magic that is named exactly as its type. The Skeleton Archer is a Skeleton Archer, whereas something over here, the Gloom Sower, it's a Gloom Sower, but what it is a horror. So I don't know how many there are, but there's very few examples of this in Magic, something that is named as what it is. 4 mana, it's a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to any target, so creature, planeswalker, or opponent. Angelic Ascension, 2 mana instant, exile target creature or planeswalker. Its controller creates a 4/4 white angel. Now, other people way smarter than me always use this card so well, and for me it never works out, because if I want to destroy one of their things, I still give them a 4/4, which I hate. So you're supposed to use it on your own creatures, supposedly, but I don't really build decks where it's like expendable creatures for other things, so I should think harder. Within her battalion, she was known as the Angel of Arkvale. Until now, that was only a metaphor. Oh, I guess that means that she died and then came back as an angel. Kind of dark. Chrome Replicator, 5 mana. It's an artifact creature construct, 4/4. When Chrome Replicator enters the battlefield, if you control 2 or more non-land token creature permanents with the same name as one another, create a 4/4 colorless. So you have to jump through a lot of hoops. You have to have duplicates of some creatures, and then this makes another duplicate. Who would you trust to watch your back more than yourself? Very true. Tempered Veteran, 2 mana, 1/2, Human Knight, 1 and a white. White and a tap. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature that already has a 1/1 on it, or pay 6 and put a 1/1 on a creature. So lots of mana, but it can get rolling. I've been carrying a sword since before you were born. I wouldn't give it up. I wouldn't give up my oath for all the peace and comfort in the world. Sure. We've got the rare is Jolrael, Muanvuli Recluse, 2 mana, 1/2, Human Druid. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 2/2 green cat. So the more cards that you draw, the more cats that you get. Then you pay 6. Until end of turn, creatures you control have base power and toughness of XX, where X is the number of cards in your hand. So you've got so let's say you've got 7 cards in hand, all your creatures become 7/7. But probably you'll just have 3 cards, so all your creatures become 3/3s. Humans bring nothing but suffering and deceit. They are not welcome in my forest. Really cool art. She's actually got some cats in the art, so that's cool. Next we have the Thornwood Falls. That is a dual land. Comes in tap, you pay it gives you 1 life, and then you get one of those 2 colors, which I think is exactly the other. Yeah, over on Ikoria, I got the green and white one, but then over here I got the green and blue one. So those were the cards right there. Then a soldier token. Anything that stands out to you here that you would like for your decks? Return to Nature is definitely useful. I always like zombie cards. Jarl Royale is cool if you want to make a lot of cat sort of decks. Yep, so that was the other crack-a-pack. I've got another one right here, but I won't show it just yet. And I'm going to open that one a little bit later. And I got another one to open up. Got another one to open up in just a moment, but let's play a little bit more. Yeah, of course the 21 seems ages ago, right? But when did it come out? Probably in the summer-ish of 2020. You like events for the challenge and learning. The next set is called Kaldheim, which is down there on the schedule. See down there? Kaldheim. So we've got Kaldheim cards to look at. You like the events? Yeah, the events are pretty cool at the moment. I'm not. It's not too enticing for me to play any of the events just yet. I don't think Omniscience Draft is. I think that's kind of a scam, and I'm not kind of in the mood to play any other drafts at the moment. So I'm just going to be playing a little bit of Brawl. I probably won't do any of the ladder either. Not too much in the mood for that as well. But we'll play a little bit here. Then we've got one more special crack-a-pack. Then we'll also then talk about the brand new Kaldheim set and see what's coming new. What are the 2 cents on the upcoming booster, the one that comes at the end of the month? Can you be more specific? There's just so many products that are coming out. Do you mean the brand new set, Kaldheim, the one that I've got there at the bottom of my schedule right there? We'll talk in detail about Kaldheim a little bit, but overall, you know what? Oh man, I'm playing someone against Heliod. You know, Heliod is one of the decks that really it's not fun to play against that deck. I'm sorry. I just played enough Heliod opponents that they're gonna be popping off so fast, and I just don't want to deal with that deck. Sorry. Let's move on to someone else. The Kaya booster packs. Yeah, I've got to look that up because I was not aware that. What do you mean specifically on that? How should I search for that? Because I know that there are that there's a brand new Kaldheim set coming out, but how is Kaya having her own booster packs? Is it like a commander deck? I don't think I heard it, and I'm usually up to date on things. So what do you mean by the Kaya booster packs? The collector's boosters, maybe? And she's on the cover of it, maybe? There's just so many products nowadays that it's very easy to lose track of what's what. So that's Zagras? No, that's Akiri. That's not so bad. Yeah, the Akiri that is on, I mean the Kaya that is on the new Kaldheim boosters. Yeah, she's cool. Kaya's a cool character. I like the, yeah, Kaldheim. I like Kaldheim. The, you know, Vikings and Ice and the World Tree and Magic's version of Norse mythology. I like all of that. I think that's a cool concept of a set. So I'm on board for it. We're going to look at some of the new cards and stuff coming soon. So, So we'll see some of the new cards and mechanics and stuff. But yeah, it's a brand new set, new planeswalkers, new cool things to enjoy. Yeah, they had Kamigawa, and now they have a Viking-inspired set, and then Ixalan was like a Mesoamerican style, and yeah, I definitely need to remove that, but that's not removal. Okay, well, it's got First Strike A. Come on, removal. I've got plenty of removal. Hey there, Angelo. What was with that video? It was clearly a very serious video about comic book collecting. And we all know that my top 5 videos are extremely important and truthfully accurate. So that's what was up with it. And I was also showing off I have 5 copies of Rick and Morty #1, so it was a joke video, so sometimes I do some of those. But anyway, thanks for coming to the stream. How are you doing? What's your favorite comic book? What's your favorite series and or superhero, and what are you into? A Warhammer 40k style magic set would be interesting. I've never played Warhammer, so is it good? Do people like it and stuff? Yeah, people like it, of course. But I mean, is it like, what's the big selling point of Warhammer 40k? Because we have the figurines, right? So how would that translate over to Magic? Guess what we'll do here is force some blocks, and that's fine. You've never played either. You want a 40k, a Warhammer 40k, but you haven't played it. That seems interesting. Yeah, there we go. Malakir Cullblade, you did it. What if Magic collabed with the Pokemon Company? Well, that was interesting because back in the 90s, Wizards of the Coast did not own, but they had the license for the Pokemon games. And then, of course, well, Nintendo said, we can do it better. So then they took the license back, and now they're separated nowadays. So that's interesting, isn't it? It has different genres. Ooh, tell me about it. I think that'd be cool to know about. Okay, let's do this. Clearly what they're going to do here is first strike my Nighthawk Scavenger, which I can live with. But then, if they block with that 1/1, I can activate Veto's ability and then gain some life off of that. Play Warhammer Lost Crusade, the app on your tablet. It's pretty good. Wizards made the first 6 sets until 2004. Really, I thought I didn't know they took it that far. I thought it was only like a couple of sets from like 1996 to like 1998 or something. But I guess that would make sense. The pictures you've seen would make nice cards. I think. Yeah, definitely for the art, and then I'm sure there's plenty of I'm sure there's plenty of mechanics that could translate into that game into Magic. A lot of demigods and human fighters with elves. I think they're full gods. If we're talking about Kaldheim, I believe they're full gods. The demigods were in Theros. I'm pretty sure they're full gods. They keep making all of these annoying little 1/1s, but eventually... Okay, so now they're attacking with that, but then they'll have one less blocker. So are you sure about that? Unless you have a way to deal with this. I'm about to win the game here. Well, okay, fine, they've got a blocker. I think I'm about to win the game here, so let's see. We don't even need to Don't even need to care about attacking the Planeswalker, but this might win the game. Yeah, GG opponent. Life gain shenanigans. Oh, exactly. Exactly the exact amount of damage. It's great when it comes together. Alright, we got it. Let's look at some of the new cards, and then we'll open that other pack that I was saying. So let's look at, thank you for that. Let's look at over here. Here are so far, apparently there's already 138 cards that have been revealed. But these are the latest Kaldheim cards. Let's just browse a little bit. I have not seen all of the latest ones. So we don't have Grizzly Bears anymore. Now we have Bear Spirits. Spirit of the Aldegard. 4 mana, you get a 0/4 snow creature. So snow is back. So for us old timers that played during Ice Age and we remember snow-covered lands, or I guess if you played Cold Snap 10 years later, snow is back. So what is this? When Spirit of the Aldegard enters the battlefield, search your library for a snow land, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Spirit of Aldegard gets +1 for each snow permanent. Well, that's pretty cool. So if you focus on snow lands, this is going to be like a 4/4 for 4. Plus it also lets you go get more snow lands. Broken Wings, destroy artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Okay. Replicating Ring, snow artifact, 3 mana. So also the new snow cards have a little bit of a snowy border to them. Frosty. I wonder if they use frost counters. Well, let's see. I have not seen the latest card, so we'll see what's coming here. Tap it, add 1 mana of any color. So it's a 3 mana rock. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a night counter. Okay, not a frost counter. We have night counter. Put a night counter on the ring. Then, if it has 8 or more night counters, remove all of them and create 8 colorless snow artifact tokens named this. And add 1. That's really fun, actually. After 8 turns, or if you proliferate it, you suddenly get 8 snow artifacts. That's really fun, kind of, actually. Yeah, the set's coming out like way sooner than we think. Releasing on February 2nd. Like, wow, sets are coming out. They feel that they're coming out so fast, but it's 4 main sets as they always are. But then there's so many mini sets like Unstable or Ultimate Masters this and that, or like there's just so many, and Secret Layers. So anyway, so I like this Replicating Ring. It makes a bunch of copies of itself. Quakebringer. Your opponents cannot gain life. At the beginning of your upkeep, this deals 2 damage to each opponent. That's fun. This ability triggers only if Quakebringer is on the battlefield or if Quakebringer is in your graveyard and you control a giant. Okay, sorry Wizards of the Coast, bad grammar. Of next year? No, of 2021. That's next year, 2021. When people were talking about this, we were in 2020 and they were saying it's coming next year, 2021. So it's next month, 2021. Just before your birthday, oh, there you go. You're gonna get a Kaldheim birthday present. That's what you have to ask the family for. Hey family, please get me a box of Kaldheim. So Quakebringer, this is the bad grammar. This ability triggers only if Quakebringer is on the battlefield. Is that one complete thought? Is that the end? This ability triggers if this is on the battlefield. Then we've got an or. Or if Quakebringer is in the graveyard and you control a giant. Does that mean that if it's in the graveyard and you control a giant, then it happens? Or does it also mean if you control... Well, like, okay, wait a minute. It is a giant itself. Okay, it is a giant itself. So if it's on the battlefield, you do control a giant. Yeah, it's kind of confusing there. And there's a brand new mechanic, Foretell. Now, it doesn't explain what Foretell is on a mythic or rare, but it does explain what Foretell is on a common and uncommon, and I'll explain what it is in just a moment. Oh yeah, I remember you said you're getting a PS5. It's your Christmas and birthday present all rolled into one. That's fun. Okay, so Foretell, that's one of the new mechanics. Let's look at it over here. The mechanic of what does Foretell do? Foretell. The person that does the narration. Let me just confirm one thing, actually.
One world.
Yeah, the person that does the person that does the narration for these Wizards videos is Matt Tabak, and he was on my podcast. I interviewed him. We talked so long that I had to break up his episode into 2 episodes, the first time I ever did that. He talked about a lot of interesting things, and he was back like on episode 87 or something, so a little while ago. But it was really cool to talk to some official Wizards of the Coast employee, someone that does important stuff at the company. Well, they all do important stuff, but it was cool that he was on my podcast. Anyway, Foretell. Blah, blah, blah. Where does it explain it? Okay, so here's one explanation. Foretell. Foretell basically is an alternate cost. Either you pay the main cost, or you pay the Foretell cost. Foretell is sort of like Morph, in that you pay an alternate cost and you sort of have your card hidden, and then you pay another cost later and it comes back. So, behold the multiverse. You either pay 4 right now, which lets you then scry 2 and draw 2 cards, or you Foretell, which means during your turn you pay 2 generic mana, exile this face down. So it's you pay 2. It's always going to be 2, no matter what the main spell is. You pay 2. You exile it from your hand. Your opponents don't see it. You exile it face down, but you know what it is. Then at some point, at another turn, it says cast this on a later turn. So that's kind of weird. You cannot do it on the same turn. But I guess it's good flavor. Like you're going to tell the future, so you have to do it on a separate turn. So it's always a 2 generic. 2 to kind of like hide it. And then on a later turn, you can pay Foretell cost instead. So instead of paying 4, you can only pay 2. And you can also play it as the instant or sorcery or creature or whatever. So that's what the new mechanic is, Foretell. It's sort of like Morph for spells. You pay 2, you go hide it. On another turn, you pay the reduced cost. It's not exactly reduced because if we add up here 2 plus 2, that's 4. And the original cost is 4. But, you know, you don't have 4 right now, so you can pay 2, put it away, and then later pay 2, or right the next turn. Let's say you never get to the 4th. Yeah, it's kind of like Morph. So let's say you never get to that 4, but you do have 3, so you can then Foretell it. So that's what Foretell is. That's the new mechanic, Foretell. It's always 2, like right here. Augury Raven. It's 4 for the full cost. It creates a 3/3 flyer. Or you pay 2. So on turn 2, you pay 2 and you exile it, you go hide it. And then it's phasing in the sense that it's not reachable by the opponent, yes. But phasing is automatic in that it happens in and out. It phases in and out kind of automatically. Classic phasing. So that's some similarities there. So you pay 2, you go put your Raven on an adventure, not really, but you go exile it, and then later on you pay 2, and then you go get it. So instead of bringing it out instead of getting it on turn 4, you could get this on turn 3, right? Because on turn 2 you Foretell it, you exile it, and then on turn 3 you pay the 2. So yeah, you can get that on turn 3 instead of turn 4. You have to Foretell it, although obviously it could still be counterspelled. During your turn you may pay 2 and exile this card. Can you counterspell? Because technically the Foretell is 2 things. You pay the exile cost, and then you pay the reduced cost. So definitely on the reduced cost that could be counterspelled. But I don't believe you can counterspell the foretell pay 2, but you can probably counter it in terms of it being like an activated ability. Let's see, does this explain anything here? Counter. Doesn't explain. I bet that's kind of like a really complex question there. Can you counterspell that cost there? Because technically anything in parentheses is reminder text. Anything in parentheses in italics is reminder text. It is not technically official terms, sort of. So the 2, it says pay 2, but are you casting it, or is that an activated ability? Is that some sort of ability? There's no colon. Things with a colon have an activated ability. Yeah, so this is more complicated than one might think. I should ask my good buddy Matt Tabak to fully explain it to me. All right, let's look at some more cards here. Let's look at some. Okay, this is interesting right here. Esika's Chariot. This is a green artifact, and it's a vehicle. It's a legendary vehicle. It's a 4/4. When Esika's Chariot enters the battlefield, create 2 green 2/2 green cat creature tokens, and whenever Esika's Chariot attacks, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. So this is a little cat wagon, and it makes more cats every time it attacks. Look at that art. It's hilarious. Let's get a close-up. Look at that fluffy cat, and one is inside of it asleep, and there's like a golden light on it, and there's like some, I don't know, lapis lazuli, even though it's green, I guess, on it, and ornate woodwork. You know, Mark, they should have gotten you to do some of this woodwork on these card arts. You don't think you like foretell? Why? Just kind of curious, like what, to hear the perspectives. Why not? I could see on the one hand that you could cast your thing earlier. Like we saw that one Raven, you could cast it on turn 3 instead of turn 4. And I'm sure there's other cards that are coming that are more powerful. And it is kind of complicated that you kind of like bank it away for something for the future. I don't know, just like to hear your thoughts on that. But anyway, this one we've got a couple of cute cats riding a legendary cart. Whoops, I closed that. So that's fun. Look at that, some new cards were just released. Yeah, some new cards were just released in the time that we were talking here. Now they're in Chinese, I can't read that. And there's some in, that one's in Spanish. I'll talk about that one. And then there's a couple in German. I cannot read German. So buscar la gloria, that means search for glory. 3 mana, so you're getting some translations here that no one knows yet. Oh, okay, search for glory. No, never mind. They got translated already. I guess it's not as impressive as me saying it. Busca en tu biblioteca una carta de permanente nevado, snow permanent, una carta legendaria o una carta de saga. Muéstrala, ponla en tu mano y luego baraja tu biblioteca. Oh, I just learned that baraja means shuffle. I guess I knew it, but ganas una vida por cada snow usado para lanzar este hechizo. Search your library for a snow permanent, a legendary card, or a saga. Reveal it. Put it into your hand, then shuffle. You gain 1 life for each snow spent to cast this spell. So it lets you go find a snow permanent, such as a snowland. Search your library for a snow permanent. What? This is amazing. This is a like a cultivate or rampant growth in white instead of green. That lets you go tutor. This is a tutor. This is a tutor for a land, a legendary card, which could include like Embercleave, or like a legendary creature or a saga. This is pretty amazing. I kind of love this. It lets you go tutor for a land, a creature, or a saga. You reveal it, you put it into your hand, then you shuffle. And if you paid 3 snow mana, you gain 3 life. This is like the best white card that they've printed in like forever, isn't it? Everyone's always saying that white cards are pretty bad nowadays. And this seems kind of amazing. Does Evil Mage need to make a video about this and talk about how this card is so good?
Yes, Evil Mage does need to make a surprise appearance and talk about how such an amazing evil ability should not be granted to white mages. And now I must return to the oubliette.
Alright, Evil Mage, come back next time. Yeah, so this is pretty cool that it does a lot. It lets you go search for a lot of things, but you do have to. But you don't even have to pay. If it had snow mana, then that would be a way to. That would be a way to weaken it, but they didn't weaken this at all. You can pay. You don't have to pay snow mana for it. You get the little bonus of getting a life off of snow mana, but everything else is not needed, and this is a great card. You don't think you want to say White Mage, Mark? They never get the good stuff. Grasam Dragr. Okay, let's see if some of these are okay. This is in Chinese. Has that one been translated yet? As Unshared Triumph enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen get +1. Yeah, I guess that might make sense because I see a +1 there. What about Erhebung der Marnhorde? And this is a Spuntazaber, spontaneous, an instant, right? Instant. Create X 2/2 Black Zombie Berserker creature tokens, where X is the number of non-token creatures that died this turn. Okay, so it cares about things that died, and then you make more zombies. I closed it again. Grasam Dragur. So there's the new Dragur tribe of Kaldheim. There's a Draugr Scourge Lord. It's a zombie berserker. 1 and a snow. Draugr Scourge Lord gets +1 and gains menace. It cannot be bugged. Okay, so it's a common. Pay 2. You give it menace. Rage, Scarred Berserker, and Enemy of Enlightenment in the same deck in Nightmare Shepherd. Nightmare Shepherd, definitely. I love that card. And then the Enemy of Enlightenment, isn't that the one that changes based on number of cards? You might mean like Gourmand, maybe. Enlightenment. Because Enemy of Enlightenment, flying whenever it gets a -1 for each card in your opponent's hand. Yeah. It's not as big of a combo as you might think, because yeah, the Nightmare Shepherd's going to bring back things to life, but you probably want the Nightmare Shepherd plus the Gourmand, because then that one you have to sacrifice your own creature, and then the Nightmare Shepherd will bring it back to life, and then when you sacrifice your own creature, the Gourmand forces the opponent to sacrifice one of their creatures. But what is that other one? Rage Scarred. What is that one? Rage Scarred. Berserker. 6 mana, when Rage Scarred enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +1 and is indestructible. Nah, it wouldn't quite work exactly how you think. Indestructible does not prevent. See, it says damage and effects that say destroy. So sacrifice would still. You would still have to sacrifice something even though it's indestructible. So be careful about that. Indestructible does not prevent sacrifice. But I see here, yeah, and this one is based on the number of cards. That one, I never got this one to work very well, but if the opponent has no cards in hand, then yes, it's big. But if they've got like 4 cards in their hand, this is a 1/1. And if they got a full 7 in their hand, then this is 0/0 and it dies. So that's the thought there. All right, let's look at a couple more, then we'll do some more gameplay. Let's look at some other. What about this? Oh, look at this cute cat right here. God's Hall Guardian. 7 mana for a cat. It's 3/6 with Vigilance or Foretell for 4. So here's the thing. It's 7 mana. 3, 4, 5, 6. You could play this for 6 mana. No, never mind. It is 6. You could play it faster than 6, 1 turn faster, I guess, because on turn 2 you put it away, and then on turn 4 you play it instead of turn 6. So yeah, it's annoying. It's more bookkeeping and such, but if you're not ramping, let's say you're not ramping, you have to play this on turn 6 because it's 6 mana. But if you pay 2 on turn 2, you put it away, and then when you get to turn 4, you can then cast it. So you get a cute 3/6 vigilant cat. Not a single rat has been seen in Istfell since the gods moved in. So he's a good mouser. Berserker Draconido. Daña primero, that's first strike. Te cuesta 1 menos activar las habilidades de alardear por cada dragón que controlas. So it costs you 1 less mana to activate activated abilities for each dragon you control. And then alardear crea una ficha de criatura. What is alardear? Boast. Oh yeah, boast. That's the new mechanic. We'll talk about boast in a moment. Tegri to the Ferro. Firja, Judge of Valor. She's black and white, and Angel Cleric Legendary, flying in lifelink for a 2/4. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand, the rest to the graveyard. So she's got some fun surveil attached whenever you cast your second spell each turn. So obviously if you've got a lot of small spells, this will work pretty well. Complex and big, ample experimental deck. Yeah, a lot of complexity and a lot of gambling, but then when it works, it works. This is a cool art right here. They've got this cool purple in the wings, and she's got like a cool horn to call the squad. She's both shepherd and reaper, and her judgment is final. That's rude. Cannot appeal. I just noticed something. Some of these have a background. What is this about? Why do some of these have a background? See that? They have a background element back there. What is that about? Can we discern something? Okay, that's a human. That's an instant. That's a cat. That is a giant. So why do some of these have an interesting behind? Okay, I see. All of the ones with Foretell. All the ones with Foretell have that icon back there. The World Tree. Okay, I was just talking about this with people when I was playing Commander yesterday, I guess. The World Tree, but it's not legendary. This clearly, from a flavor point of view, should be a legendary card. The World Tree. Why can you have 20 of them literally in the deck? Because obviously this is a land, you can have 20 of them if you want. It enters tapped, it adds 1 green. As long as you control 6 or more lands, like 6 of these, all your lands add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so This can turn all... This is like a chromatic lantern when you've got 6 of them. And then you pay 10 mana. White, white, blue, blue, black, black, red, red, green, green. Tap it, sacrifice the world tree. Search your library for any number of god cards, put them onto the battlefield, and shuffle. That's really fun. You pay 10 mana, and you can go get as many gods as you want, such as Alrund, and etc. You can get all the gods of Kaldheim. If you have 10 mana, you can get all of them out of your deck. That definitely is a lot of fun flavor to jump through and such, although, like I said, shouldn't that be legendary? But when I was reading a little bit about like the behind-the-scenes story of Kaldheim, the world tree, just like in Norse mythology, it connects all of the 10 realms. And it would make sense that because it connects to all of the realms, they all have access to it. So on that hand, I can see that, okay, you've got 10 of them because you have the 10 realms of Kaldheim. But I would really think that this would be a legendary one of each. You love the border. Yeah, check out these brand new borders. Like these intricately carved wood borders. So Alrund, god of the cosmos. This is like Odin. They have Thor, they have Odin, Hela, and so forth, but with magic names. So there's no Thor card, but it's their version of Thor somewhere here. So Alrund, he's Odin, god of the cosmos. 5 mana, he's a god. Alrund gets +1 for each card in your hand and each foretold card. So if you have a bunch of foretold cards, this gets even bigger. If you have a lot of cards in hand, this gets bigger because it's the 1/1. At the beginning of your end step, choose a card type. Then reveal the top 2 cards of your library. Put all cards of the chosen type into your hand and the rest at the bottom. So at the beginning of your end step, untap, upkeep, draw, and at what point do you have to discard? You have to discard when your turn ends. At the beginning or end? When does that officially happen? MTG discard phase. Ending phase. End step cleanup. Clean up. Check your hand size. Yeah, so it's still put all cards at the chosen type. So you still have to discard that. You still have to discard down to 7 if this got you a bunch of cards. Crystalline Giant. Yeah, I love Crystalline Giant. 3 mana, and it's just such an amazing card. Definitely, that'd be good with the Composite Golem from 5th Dawn. Composite Golem. Let's check that one. What is the Composite Golem? And that always makes me think, how many cards in the history of Magic have a certain name? So how many composite cards exist? 1. 6 mana, 4/4. Golem. Sacrifice composite, add 1 of each. That's cool. It's like a Black Lotus creature, but it gives you 1 of each color, and you have to first pay 6. An artificer's experiment in cross-material engineering found its own purpose as an interpreter between cultures. I wonder, like, is he throwing something? Or, like, what is going on to its hand? I like that it's got all the colors, right? It's got the red on the body, it's got the green on the shoulders, white on the head, black on the arm, blue in the body. Ooh, Mark Tedin, one of the vintage Magic artists from back in the day. In the original 5th Dawn, it had all the mana colors uncolored, and then the 10th edition one properly colored. Alright, so I got one more. Snow-covered lands are back! Door to nothingness. Snow-covered lands are back, so we get some brand new beautiful art for snow-covered lands. I don't love the swamp. Forest. If you look carefully, there's forests there, but they're all covered in snow, so let's see. I'm going to rate each one of these from 1 to 5. Forest, I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5 for being a forest, but a 4 out of 5 for the art. Mountain, that's a 5 out of 5 for being a mountain, and a 5 out of 5 for being cool art. Snow-covered swamp, that gets a 2 out of 5 for being a swamp, and a 4 out of 5 for the art. What about the other ones? Where are the other ones? What about all of you? What do you all think here? So sat KHM type land. Where's the rest of these? Here we go, snow-covered island. This gets a 1 out of 5 for being an island. I don't see any island, I see water. And then a bunch of icebergs. There's the world tree. And for the art is cool though. I'll give that a 4 out of 5 because it's got a cool Viking ship trapped in the ice plus the world tree. And then the snow-covered plains. That's another 1 out of 5. I don't see any plains. And the art is also kind of interesting. 4 out of 5. Anyway, I see the world tree on the island. I see the world tree on the swamp. I see the world tree on the plains. I don't see the world tree on the forest, although maybe that's it there. And then I don't see the world tree on the mountain. And I thought I read somewhere that every one of the lands has the world tree on it. Yeah, some of them could be better. I think definitely snow-covered forest is definitely snow-covered. I think the mountain is a good, strong snow-covered one, but I don't think the swamp or the the islands have stopped being islands for a long time. It's just any puddle of water, and it's an island, right? There's like a whole website out there called something like Islands That Are Not Islands, and it's someone collecting all of the magic lands of islands that are not islands, and there's most of them nowadays because they ran out of ways to do islands. It's just like, it's water, which snow-covered swamp, that could be an island if it's not even, it's got a tinge of black, so it's a swamp. But if I cover up swamp, you would think, oh, cool island, that looks like an island, right? Those things are islands. Those little snow-covered formations, those are more island-like than icebergs. So we also get these other, for example, let's see, the Demir one, of course. Do they have it? They don't have all 10 apparently. But okay, Alpine Meadow. It's a mountain plains. So just like the old dual lands, it's a snowland, mountain plain. It comes in tapped, but it gives you one of each of those. So people are saying these are amazingly amazing nowadays because if you have like a fetch land, you can go get one of these. It comes in tapped, but you can go get one of these, and it's got snow. It's not just a plain land, it's a snow land, so it does extra things, and it's dual colors, and it's fetchable. So people are saying, even though these are common, these are like amazing. We're also getting these flip lands that on one side is blue or green or black or red, although you have to pick which one when you play it. It's not both at once. And we have these new ones that are also related to... We have these new ones that are related to the realms. One of the realms is Bretagard, where the humans live. Bretagard enters the battlefield, tapped. This one's not fetchable, it just says land. Tap it for a green, or pay green and 2 white. Sacrifice this, put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 creatures you control. They gain vigilance and lifelink until end of turn. Activate this ability only anytime you cast a sorcery. That's not that great. I don't really love that. It comes in tapped. It's a one-time effect. It's only until end of turn, and it's only sorcery. So you cannot do any cool, like, they're attacking me, and I'll give all my creatures +1 vigilance and lifelink. Don't love that. You enjoy getting lost in the art. Yes, this is a lot of amazing art, definitely. It's always really good. So when did you start? When did you say you started playing there, Dark Lord? When was your first Magic sets? Snowfield Sinkhole. Let me show you the real sinkhole, not this newfangled sinkhole. This is the classic sinkhole right here. 2 black mana, destroy target land. That's a sinkhole. And it was, when it was first printed, it was common. They stopped printing it way back in 3rd edition. No, wait, that's 2nd edition. Yeah, they way back in Unlimited. And they printed it in collectors, which is rare. Then in these judge ones, Eternal Masters. Well, they printed it in Eternal Masters. So those were the good old days. Double black mana, destroy any land. With that old vintage art. Sandra Evernham. She did a lot of cool art back then. Camel. See that little frog, frisky frog, circle of protection, green, Dance of Many. I love that card. Drudge Skeletons, a dark ritual. Yeah, she did a lot of cool cards. Giant Growth, Giant Spider, classic. Oh, she did the art of one of these? Wow. She has not made Magic cards in like 20 years, and then they had her do one of these secret cards. MTG Online recently, though you played it off and on. No tournaments, though. There's still always time. Lady Druid, Lady Orc. Okay, so let's get back to some gameplay. That's a lot of cards there. We'll look at some more Kaldheim cards in a little bit. And see what more. And then we've also got the thing to... Okay, I'm going to play one more game, and then I swear, after that one more game, then we'll open the other thing. You're all going to get a Sinkhole and Tingus, yeah, and Ankh of Mishra, of course, when they try to replay those lands. But we'll play one more, and then we'll do that other special Crack-a-Pack that I keep teasing. So finally we can open this up. What is this? A Skophos Maze Warden? Sure. All right. Let's play another game here. Maybe switch a deck for a moment, and then after this, we'll open this other special. See, I'll put the tip of it right here. It does have the magic symbol on it, but none of you will ever guess what this can possibly be. Now it is inside. Here's another hint. It is inside of some sort of plastic case sort of thing. And then it's got the magic symbol in the corner, but you'll never, ever, ever, ever guess what this is. You will be extremely surprised. All right, so not loving this. This is vaguely adequate. Okay, at least I get to go first. So nothing on turn 2, turn 3 Mana Rock, turn 4 Simulacrum. And then the Construct, I guess, Seagate. They got their Mana Rock. A deck box holder. No, it's going to be more extravagant than that. Okay, let's see. They can summon their commander. Ominous Seas. Okay. Still have 2 mana. Is it a mouse pad? A magic mouse pad? No. Something else still. Don't counterspell me, please. Throw the possibility. Okay, that's fine. Double off of that. Fine. Go get a land. Nice. I'm already at 6 mana. Next turn, if I get some more of my mana rocks. What do I want next? I guess the Sentinel. There's a Teferi. Cannot target my targeted creature yet. So, alright, let's get one of these. So they're already at 5 mana on that. They're already at 6 counters on that ominous. Okay. So technically, if they do get out that Kraken, I can, with Ugin, I can pay 0. Okay, they're already at their, they're already enough at their Kraken. 5, 6, 7. That is not what I needed. But I get the scry. There's a land. Okay, next turn I can bring out that Ugin. They can make a Kraken right now. Thusly. Alright, if I can cast my Ugin, I'll be in good place. You saw the news that some people had a party at the White House a couple of days ago. Well, everyone's rejoicing after the election, but that was basically, that's the nice way to say it. Other people are calling it treason and insurrection and seditious acts, which it all is. Things are worse than one thinks. And there's still 2 weeks until things officially change. Plus, the at least his Twitter account got banned, and Facebook. Oh, are they gonna be able to? No, they're not gonna have enough to make another. Okay, fine, but the thing still happens. So let's do one of the classic. You worry too much, because all my stuff still happens. So they have a lot of cards in hand. They have a lot of cards in hand. And a lot of their like sort of important win condition stuff has been removed. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I'm far from my returning my own. Let's see if they block that solemn simulacrum. Alright, I'll take that. Missed a land drop, and here comes the cat one more time. He woke up from his nap. Wants to jump on my lap. Maybe. Let's see. Draw cards equals the number of cards in your hand plus 1. That's a lot of cards. But no real way to capitalize on that. Yep, so he was asleep on his corner over here, a little blanket. And then now he's like, let me be cute on the camera. Blistering Gremlin. No, not my headphones. So I have 6, 7, 8, 9 mana in total. With that 9 mana, a 7-5. If Mirrored Construct is kicked, it enters with a +1 for each non-basic your opponents control. That's only 2. When Myriad becomes a target of a spell, sacrifice it and create X whatevers. Well, I've never really played this card, so let's just finally do it. So it comes in as a 6/6. Not that impressive, but let's further just do some attacks. Fine. Get to recast. Alicia says, hope you had a good birthday. Yes, thank you for that. I did a Zoom birthday party get together. Hey Gabe, welcome. Yeah, so on Monday I had a Stevie. Uh-oh, they're gonna steal my mana rock, I guess. So yeah, I had the birthday on Monday, and we had a Zoom party, and it was pretty good. I don't know if I cast that the right way. Whoops, never mind. Okay, well, let's kick this. This is this Scarecrow, Signpost Scarecrow. It's a 2/4 vigilance. Blocking the 6/6. I'm not going to be able to recast Ugin. I've already missed too many land drops, but maybe we'll be able to get something happening here, although they have 1,000,000 mana and 1,000,000 cards in hand. Leyline Tyrant, that's pretty good. Phoenix, sure. No, kitty! Kinetic Augur. Or... Alright, that'll be fun. I can bring out this drawbridge and then give things haste. So what would be funny is to send to keep sending my 1/1 unblockable. They're on a 5-turn clock. One thing that's different about this cat compared to my old cat is this one's much more of a biter. Oh man, Shark Typhoon for the full casting cost, eh? So the only real way to still win against his opponent is if I can recast my Ugin, but I have not gotten any new land drops, and they stole my mana rock, so I'm so far away from that. Okay, actually, wait a minute. That is going to be pretty helpful, and not really, because the only things that give me mana, yeah, nothing is really... Now, let's do this. Let's make this as big as possible. So with that crashing drawbridge, I can summon this 7/5 and then give it haste. They're just hanging in there. So they have the City of Brass sleeve. Oh look, there's that relic guy, which I can block, I hope. There's Crystalline Giant. Seven, 5 haste, 2/4 in the air. 1/1 unblockable. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, I need one more mana and I can bring back Ugin and then I might win.
At least I look like I know what I'm doing.
So there's that new Jace that makes copies of himself. Fire Prophecy, that's gonna kill my Ginger Brute. Soulblade Jin, 4/3 flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature, it gets +1 until end of turn. Okay. Not that impressive without haste. Six in the air, sure. Okay, come on, one more land, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, one more land. It's not a land, but if we can adamant it, that might draw us a card. Okay, that's the 10th land, but I have to wait until next turn. So let's see if they don't read that yet. They didn't read it, and then that Fire Prophecy can no longer hit the Ginger Brute. So they missed their chance to Fire Prophecy the Ginger Brute. Oh no, it still does 3 damage. Never mind. Reading the card explains the card. I thought it only did 2 damage. For some reason I thought that that would give... Oh wait, does it give all creatures whenever you cast non-creatures spell? Creatures, oh yeah, well, all creatures get a +1. Fine, it's better than I thought. Alright. Next turn, Next turn, if I don't get counterspelled, Ugin will help me win the game. Experimental Overload, that's a good one. They're down to 13 cards. I still have 35 cards in my hand. Teferi, because they want to really mill me out. Well, I guess that's game over, actually. It's all flying, isn't it? 88, 9, 10, 11, 16. No, that's... If I block this, I live? Maybe? No, they're just going to do another non-creature spell and another +1. Okay, well, GG opponent. I was missing that land drop for so long that if I had gotten my final mana fast enough, yeah, see, they should have done that before. That would have definitely killed me. All right, that's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 6. Okay, we need to do exile for 6. Opponent has no responses. Board totally cleaned out. They're gonna 5 damage to their creature or planeswalker. Great. Okay. My Orrery will gain. They got their own. They got their own Ugin with way better art than mine. 3 damage directly to me, probably. Oh, that's even better. That's even better, just because then I can do 4 damage unless they can take out my one attacker. Like that, of course. Okay. So if I can get a creature, if I can summon a creature with haste. Actually, wait a minute, my land comes to life. That's game over. Yeah, they saw it. My land comes to life and they said, wait a minute, that's the one creature I didn't account for. Yay! Alright, that was a long one. They were down to 12 cards after so many card draws. That was a really long game. They made a Kraken, they released the Kraken, and then they released an Ugin. How do I even get that Ugin art? That's amazing. And they did so many things. What did they do? Look at that. They had so many things in their graveyard. And then my Ugin wiped their board, and then they even did so many things. Jace was hanging out and doing a bunch of things. They wanted to play hot potato with me with this one Relic Robber. Then I exile a bunch of stuff here. They wanted to mill me out. They had Teferi. Yeah, Teferi was doing. They had Teferi, they had Jace, they had Ugin. They had their hard-casted Shark Typhoon. They had their experimental Overlay, create an XX Blue Weird. Yeah, this land totally saved me. And when they realized that it was like, yeah, you don't have any more creatures. But anyway, look at that. Even if I didn't even look at my hand. I didn't even look at my hand because I already saw, yeah, I have a living land here. I could have summoned that Sky Scanner. That was a 1/1, but then my Forsaken would give it +2, so it would be a 3/3. Then my Crashing would give it haste, so it would attack right away. The 1/1 became a 3/3 with haste, and then it would hit the final 3. Plus, it would give me 2 life off of that to take me to 6. Or I could have played the Chromatic Orrery. That would have given me the life. Then I could have done the Sky Scanner, 2 more life, plus haste, and then that would have been game over. So I had a creature that would have finished them, plus I had the living land that would have woken up. Alright, we got it. So finally I'll stop teasing what I was teasing and we will open the final thing here. Let's see. I don't want anyone to miss this. So Mark and Gabe and Stevie and Dark Lord, you guys are here. Did Angelo stop by talking about Rick and Morty, but I don't know if he's still around. I think Angle already went to bed. It's already 12, 1, 2, it's already 2 in the morning for her or something. So anyone else here? Anyone's here? I don't want to. Fanboy Gaming at the mall on Broadway in Chula Vista would like to host some Magic games if anyone's interested. Stevie, you're there. Your Dark Lord, you're there. What about Mark? Did you step out and give? Mark, did you go off and give food to the youngsters? So here is the other product that I'm going to open up. I've seen this for a little while, and I thought it might be fun to actually check it out on the stream. Here's what this is. If I hold it up this far away, you can't quite tell what it is. But these are 2 complete Magic decks. These are the world's smallest Magic decks. Each one of these is a complete Magic deck. One is a Jace Planeswalker Magic deck, and one is a Vraska Magic deck. And it's Jace versus Vraska dual decks. And it says down here, yes, actually works. And so it's mini Magic cards, like 2 inches tall or so, or 1.5 or something. And that's what I'm going to open up in a moment. This is world's smallest. And of course it says here, or somewhere it would say here, warning, choking hazard. So then on the back, we have this. We have some sort of QR code there. I haven't even checked what this QR code does. And we got the little superimpulse.com. Seems shady. And then on the back, fully playable 60 cards. So we've got a Golgari, we've got green, black deck, then mono blue deck. And then what else down here? We have Chandra, Jace, Teferi, Wizards of the Coast, The Gathering, etc. Copyright 2019. But then one final thing at the very bottom here. We have this weird little barcode creature thing. Made in China, lot of whatever, colors may vary. Do not discard packaging, it contains important safety info. So not for kids 0 to 3. Simple Impulse, Super Impulse USA, 10 Canal Street, Suite 330, Bristol, Pennsylvania, with a telephone number. I dare you all in the stream there to call that phone number tomorrow and say, hey, I heard about you all on VM Campos' stream. Super Impulse and copyright 2020. So that's what I'm about to open. Obviously, Mark hasn't quite said if he's around. I'm sure he is, but don't want to open this if he's not quite around. But maybe I'll open it very slowly. So this is what I'm going to open. One of each of these decks. And obviously, comparing to a regular Magic card, this is huge. Even like the picture is bigger than the cards. So we'll switch over here to the card cam. Let me rename that right now to card cam. Not what I currently have it named as. Card cam. Alright, so oops, this keeps falling. Okay, so we'll clean up a little bit here. Here's my vintage Soul Ring. And we'll open this up. So I think I have to, yeah, this is not going to open. It's got shoplifting deterrent. So it's a little loud. In case I got one. And the other. So comparing with my hand, yeah, these are tiny. And then at the bottom, it's got like some micro printing. Is that visible on camera? So it's even got the copyright stuff down at the bottom. Almost microscopic. My camera zooms in very, very well actually, but in real life this is like incredibly tiny. And then so we got one of the Vraskas. It's like the very first Vraska deck that ever came out. I mean the first Vraska Planeswalker that ever came out. Vraska the Unseen. And then Jace. This is Jace, Architect of Thoughts. So let me open up Jace first. So it's in a complete deck box. Seems a little hard to open up. And even on the inside it's sealed in plastic. And so there's the back of the Magic cards. Let's compare that with, the color is a little bit different. It looks a little darker. And yeah, look at that compared to a Magic card. It's half the height of a Magic card. It's like in total it's 1/4. Like four of these fit into one Magic card. And then one final. Yeah, Mark, did you step out for a moment? I was showing that the whole package is the world's smallest, and it's Jace and Vraska dual decks. Yes, they actually work. So this plastic's a little hard to open. Now, apologies if my hands look all cut up, because you know the kitten is very frisky. Yeah, if this is for kids, this is kind of hard to open. So this is a complete 60-card deck. I don't know why it feels thicker than a 60-card deck, but I guess because of the various scale. So yeah, these are tiny. It'd be really funny to put these in a sleeve and then take this to play with people, and then when I actually play the cards, then they look carefully and I'm like, what are these cards? So wow, even like that micro printing. Until your next turn, whenever a creature an opponent controls attacks, it gets -1. Reveal the top 3 cards of your library. An opponent those cards into separates them into 2 piles. Put 1 pile into your hand and the other at the bottom, and -8 for each player. Search the player's library for a non-land card, exile it, then that player shuffles. You may cast, so you steal cards from all players. So that's 4. It would be funny to have a mini duel. So I'm not going to go through every card, but Chromatomaton, Jesus Phantasm, Phantasmal Bear, a blue for a 2/2, Aether Figment, Crosstown Courier, Dream Stalker. That art looks pretty cool. Kraken Mist, 2 of those. Seagate Oracle, they're still printing that one, I think. Stealer of Secrets, Aether Adept, Archaeomancer, yeah. Just, oh look, they have the classic Ray of Command. This was printed way back in Mirage. Basically, you steal the opponent's creature instantly until end of turn only. And is there even a counter spell in here? Prohibit. Memory Lapse. That's also from Mirage, I believe. Counter a spell and then place it on top of their library. they feel kind of a little more slippery. I want to see what the lands look like. Where's the lands? Alright, here's the island. So these are like, pretty sure that is a Ravnica land. I'm not sure about the other ones. Probably Ravnica lands as well. Yep, so that's the blue deck right there. And then, like, you know, they're even smaller than the cat's paw. No, kitty, they're not kitty litter. I've started to realize over the last year and a half or so, I've started to have to remove my glasses to look at things close up. So, you know, I used to be able to look at things right here, you know, however far away this is here, but now it's kind of blurry. So right here is where it's not blurry anymore, but I used to be able to look here. So if I remove my glasses, I can go all the way right here. So if I remove my glasses here, I can see this. Whoa, it's incredibly tiny. The camera does pick it up pretty well. So let's look at the Vraska deck a little bit, then we'll do more gameplay. Card cam. Okay, so that was the Jace deck. It would have been kind of better possibly if it had been dual colors instead of just mono blue. Although Jace has always been just mono blue, right? But it still would have been cool to have 2 colors, maybe blue and white. What colors would work with him? Blue and white or blue and black? Because he's not, I don't think, okay, so black is all about glory at any cost. So doing what you have to do to get what you need to do. Whereas white is about order and such, so I would think maybe Jace would be blue-white rather than blue-black, or I don't know, maybe even something like blue-red. Red is all about like passion and creativity. So we have this Vraska. So there we go, Stevie. Next time we play, your Vraska versus my Vraska. Vraska the Unseen, 5 mana, Planeswalker Vraska. Until your next turn, whenever a creature deals combat damage to Vraska, destroy that creature. Until your next turn, whenever a creature deals... Oh, so... on your turn, whenever a creature deals combat damage to Vraska. So you -1... No, that's a +1. So you actually, that's one thing that's... I guess it is printed right. I was going to say it wasn't printed very clearly, but it's there. So +1 to give Vraska Death Touch. So this is like the very first Death Touch on a Planeswalker. -3, destroy target permanent. Ooh, so that would even be their own land. So 5 mana, destroy a permanent. And then -7, put 3/1/1 black assassin creature tokens onto the battlefield. with whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. So then there's some player death touch on that. So it's similar to the Vraska that you have, I think, Stevie, but then it's slightly different, not piratey enough. So yeah, these are tiny. Is there anything cool that shows up? Shadow of... what is that? Shadow Alley Denizen, cool art. Whenever another black creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gains Intimidated until end of turn. It cannot be blocked except by artifact creatures and or creatures that share the color. So the other version of Fear. Oh look, this one's currently on Arena right now. The Tavern Dweller. 2 mana, flip a coin, they might lose life. So yeah, let's just look at the lands. If this has acidic slime, if this has 2 colors, does it have dual lands? Grizzly Spectacle. I have that in my commander deck. This is some of the most violent magic card that has ever existed. Look at this. This guy's totally dead. Look at that closely. That guy's head is completely missing. There's a huge blood splatter and a huge puddle of blood. And that is a real magic card. Destroy target non-artifact creature. Its controller puts a number of cards equal to the creature's power. They mill the number of cards that they have in the it mills them for the creature. Yeah, so these are some Ravnica. I think these 2 decks already existed in the real world, and then they just got shrunkified down. Technically, Jace was multicolor when he was the Living Guild pack. That would make sense. He was with all of the guilds. So that was there. That was the world's smallest magic cards. I think it was only like $9 or $6 at the store where I got those other boosters, and I thought that'd be fun to open in the stream. Because comparing like this, a real magic card with these mini ones, obviously they're tiny. Like that. Now the backs are like that. From a distance you can clearly see it. The back's colors are very different, but then from the front they don't really look different. Yeah, look at that. It fits on the exact 1/4 of the corner right here. Just that the colors, the back of the size is different. But I have a feeling that that deck already existed. If we look up MtG Jace versus Vraska. Dual decks, Jace versus Vraska. These were on sale in 2014. $20, and now for the tiny version it's only $9. Dual Decks Chase vs. Vraska was the 13th dual deck. It was released on 2014. 7 cards received new artwork. Jace himself. Vraska the Unseen. Okay, that's why I thought... I remember this Vraska art. But then the one in the dual deck is much darker. And what else? Body Double, Putrid Leech. The dual decks include Magic Learn to Play Guide. Background: Chase is the embodiment of the Guild Pact, a pact that is the agreement between Ravnica's guilds to share power. Vraska is an assassin who follows her own moral code, unrestrained by guild allegiance. Vraska's assassination could lead to the destabilization of Ravnica, and Jace refused to let that happen. Magic Story: The Gorgon and the Guild Pact by Doug Beyer. So is it still available to read? Yeah, it's still there. So you can read the official story about these decks right here on the, oh look, that's that right there. Each of those cards, oh, they actually kind of form together, eh? If you put them side by side, they have this official art. You can see there they are. Chased by the doorway, and then Vraska hiding in the doorway, ready to assassinate him. There's Amara. Jace saying, "Come at me, bro." And then the end, so no spoilers. But if people are interested in that, we can put that in the chat like that, and maybe you can you want to read that story at some point to find out all about those decks. There's the deck list. World's Smallest Magic. In 2020, World's Smallest Toys released a mini version of this. Each deck includes 60 fully playable cards and measures approximately 1.75 by 1.3 by 1.0 inches. That's not right. That's width and height and depth. It's not 1 inch thick. It's like 0.0001 inch thick. But there is, that's it right there. Actually, mine is different. Mine doesn't have the big, mine doesn't have the new. See that? There's no there's no new sticker on it. And then they have it out there. There's the size of a coin. And then people holding it. So if you look carefully on the background, if we look over here, I always like to look at the background of photos. In the background over there, they have a mini Atari, a mini Viewmaster, a mini game of Uno, mini crayons. Yes, actually works. Arcade sound joystick. So you can't actually play Atari with it, huh? It just makes sounds. Mini Viewmaster, Uno. These also, yes, actually works, except for the Atari one, because it doesn't really work. Okay, well, let's get back to some gameplay. Play that deck one more time. And while a new game loads up, I'll get another one of these questions of the days. This is very different nowadays. What was the last restaurant you went to? Well, I still get on occasion some fast food, and that doesn't really count, right? Because I don't really stay for it. I get it for takeout. So what was the last restaurant? Or to change the question, what is your favorite restaurant? go first, but I get the Maze Mind for scrying, and then the Farfinder to get more lands. Super Gabby. Is that Gabby Sparts? Am I battling Gabby Sparts? Or just someone with a similar name. Buffalo Wild Wings, when it was still open for dine-in. Ooh, that sounds so tasty. I have not had wings in such a while. I liked getting the wings and things. I haven't been when Buffalo Wild Wings was open in the Otay Ranch Mall. I went there and I really liked their variety, but I had not been there in a while. You should check it out at some point to go. Okay, so I have a blocker just in case, but they're obviously going to tap it so that they can bring in their commander already. I just got vigilance, okay. The card is too good. It's got vigilance and it taps for mana. Elder Gargaroth already, you're kidding me. Well, that spinning wheel will help tap out the Gargaroth. Let's see if they attack again with that Elder. I guess if they attack with the Elder, I'll double block. Azusa. Double lands. Whatever. Keeper, that's going to give them some card draw. Okay. Five, 6, 7, 8. I have all 8 mana that I need. It's easy. Alicia and I went to the Fisherman's Table. It's a seafood restaurant that was before Anwin was born. The Fisherman's Table. I'm not a big seafood person, but I wish I was, because there's so many tasty things out there. But what was your favorite dish at the Fisherman's Table? I think your favorite restaurant was Hometown Buffet. Yeah, I love Hometown Buffet. It was sad that they closed down so many of them. They closed so many of them, and I like their variety of food. But now after the pandemic, that's a new thing, right? And how things have changed. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win this, but guess I'll put out a bunch of blockers. If I can make it one turn, if I can make it one more turn, I can bring out Ugin, but I'm sure they're gonna have like +1 everything. Yeah, they're gonna +3 something. Questing Beast. Yeah, well, good game on that. Got all their creatures out. And I was missing my own land drops, so GG opponent. Let's switch the deck. It's a fun deck, but I'm gonna switch it up. Ooh, Alayla. That's the Brawl deck, that first Brawl deck that came out. But I had to change it for the new, because so some things got rotated out of standard. And oh, I've got a friend request there. I've been noticing this bug. So like I never remember seeing that pop up there, and I bet you it's gonna crash. This has happened a few times when the depending how you do that notification there, it may or may not notify you the best way. Your favorite dish is the crayfish basket. It's a crayfish with scallops, mussels, prawns, and hot chips with tartar sauce. So that sounds pretty tasty, because it's a lot of different fun things, definitely. Like I said, I wish I was more of a seafood person, but that does sound tasty. So what makes the chips hot? Do they have a powder that makes them spicy, or a sauce? Oh man, Gem Razor's gonna destroy my shambling suit. Fine. Swift response will take care of it. Pay 3, draw 2. So that's the one that destroys a creature, so that'll be annoying. So if I can have a sacrificial creature, obviously they're gonna 4, 5, 6. That's 6 in total. I can keep summoning her back, but I don't think she's gonna make it, because with black magic, I'm sure they've got some removal for her. So they're probably gonna mutate onto, well, if they mutate onto the Whisperer, I guess that's bad as well. But no, they're gonna have a Heartless Act. Keep forgetting that they're American hot chips. Yeah, I know. Fries and chips. Okay, so they missed the land drop, so that's good. Hopefully they don't have another removal. Okay, 5th land. Fries means someone's looking for meth. Interesting. I would have never thought that. This is a waste. They're gonna summon their planeswalker and just kill my own my thing there, so never mind on that. Now, is this the exact same player, or is it just someone else that also has the exact same planeswalker? At least I get to go first. So I've got the Banishing Light. That lantern isn't that useful for much yet. It's probably premature to bring out my commander already. Skewed Swarm, actually that's not so bad. Fiendish Artisan. So they've got enough for their commander, actually. But they're passing. Right, so even if they summon their commander right now, well, that's not great for them, unfortunately. So even if they summon their... oh, I guess they got it. Okay. So, yeah. I don't remember. Does anyone remember on the other person that their deck worked better? Was it someone else? This was Nazitron's. I don't remember who that other person was, the one that I quit with. But was it the same person? It wasn't the same person, right? It was just that another person was using the same planeswalker. Alright, so it says I've been streaming for 3 hours, 39 minutes. So 3:40. I'm gonna stream for 20 more minutes until 4 hours, which will be midnight for me Pacific time. So 20 more minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. So out of these brawl decks. So I'll ask you all in a moment, but I'm going to play with this Bryn and Seri deck, but think about this for the next, when I switch decks, which of these you might want to see, but on the next go-round. So I've got fairies, Ugin, vampires, dragons, big creatures, plants, equipment, vampires, well, different kind of vampires, I guess, and cats and dogs. So for the moment, I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, the previous person was Gabby. Yeah, I thought I remember someone's name was Gabby something, but I don't think it was the Gabby Sparts. So when I switch, so we gotta vote for dragons. So anyone else? Dragons, vampires. What else did I say? Equipment. Alright, so let's see if they got their turn 1 vampire creature turn 1. Actually, is there any more turn 1 vampires? I guess not. In standard. Okay, so I can bring out my Scythe Cat. There's the turn 2 vampire. Let's see if this cat lives. Playing mono black is going to be very dangerous, obviously, because they have plenty of removal. And they want their veto right away. Okay, can live with that. This has an activated ability. No, it doesn't have an activated. Okay. Let's see if my commander can live. Then they're gonna flip and let's see what do they get. It's okay. Fine. They got it that time. Got another vote for dragons. Nightmare Shepherd. No, do not want. Okay, so Nightmare Shepherd is actually done. Failed. Cats and dogs battling together. So if they attack with their veto, I can swift response on my turn. They have 5 mana. Okay, that's a big one. I can do 2 damage to something and gain life. Did I miscalculate? Oh yeah, no, that should be, that would just be 1 damage. That's dumb. Reading the card explains the card. I don't know why I don't know why I thought I'd be able to do 2 damage. Because I just thought 2 creatures, 2 damage, but no, it does depend on the type of creature, so that was a little misplay. But if they do attack with that Sengir Vampire, I have an answer to it. Ooh, Nightmare, that's a nice one. Both of those are definitely ones I need to get rid of, but I guess we'll start with this one. Here we go, now that we're building that squad. So now I can do 1, 2, 3. I can do 3 damage. Ooh, failed again. I can do 3 damage and then gain 1, 2, 3, 4 life. So 3 damage. Not good. That's 12 damage right there. This could be lethal if they get their coin flip, because that's going to be 12 damage. Well, I guess what I could do is I could do a board wipe right now. I think the board wipe is the best thing to do. And it all then hinges on a coin flip. No coin flip. Okay. Oh, look at that. Pretty epic. Alright, well, pretty close. What's next? Do I have enough to summon that giant? That is Death Touch. They should have given it lifelink. That's the point of their deck. They're looking at their graveyard. Whoops, what are they going to bring back to life? Only 4 mana, so probably return back to their hand. Oh, they're going to return Night. They return Nightmare back to their hand, but they can't cast it yet. That's a 2/2, cannot block. Okay, well, don't think I've got a way to handle this. Because I need 5 mana, then that's just 1. That's got Vigilance. So I have 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 mana in total. I cannot do more than one thing at once. If I summon my Rin and Seri, they will attack and I have to block it, it'll just die. So I guess if I... This is an expendable creature that could keep coming back, so I guess I'll have 1 blocker. So if they remove my 1 blocker, then they win, but that's another way that they win. Fine. Feels like the loading screen is slower when you lose. Doesn't feel like it takes that long when you win, but when you lose it feels like it lingers there to really rub it in. Alright, let's see, another question of the day. What was the best part of today? So obviously hanging out with all of you is really nice. This will work. Arcane Signet, Golden Egg, that's the one that I thought. That's the one that deals 2 damage. That other Fire Prophecy deals 3. So that's the one that I thought that the opponent had. They mulliganed twice. Okay. Going with the old Ominous Seas. I don't believe I've got any... Well, red doesn't have any enchantment removal, so I don't think I have any way to get rid of that. Well, Meteor Golem, I guess, but I don't think I have that in this deck because it's not a... Because it's not a... dragon. Okay, I guess I can play the drawbridge. There's a Teferi. So this looks familiar. Is this the same person actually? Wasn't there also that other person that had the Teferi combo with that ominous seize? But here, slaying fire 3 damage to any target, so this will disrupt things. Yeah, that was a waste right there. Okay, well.
Defense had an imperfection.
The best powers play with Anwen and her toys and hearing her laughing. What's a quality magic? What toys? What toys were those? Same here, hanging out with you. Oh, like an eating cake, working out a bit, watching a movie. Well, now you've got to definitely tell us in detail. What was the cake? How many reps did you do? And what was that movie? The last movie that I saw was this German movie from 1931. So before the rise of the Nazi Party, and it was, English translation is Girls in Uniform. So it was about an all-girls school in Germany, and the romances that they had between each other and between the one good teacher, where everyone else was like very strict by the book and more interested about order and such than growing young minds. So they were like early to mid to late teens in an all-girls school, and so this was a film that attempted to be banned in Germany because of the material. It was it was some overt and some covert lesbian motifs in it, and it was also the concepts of, well, there's the mean headmistress of the school, and then there's the softer, more understanding teacher and rebellious youth and all of that. So it was very interesting. I thought the acting was good, and really interesting to think that movie was 90 years old. It came out in 1931, and we're in 2021, so that was 90 years ago. The cake was a vegan cake. You did 4 sets of 10 to 12 reps using weights, and the movie was Paper Towns. I don't think I've heard of that movie. Was it good? Baby toys, the Pete's Dragon soft toy. The original Pete's Dragon. Do they have original Pete's Dragon merchandise? I guess I don't doubt it. Disney will merchandise everything, right? So I guess so I wouldn't doubt it. That's weird. It's not so weird. I just need one more artifact, and then Gadrak can go say hi to my opponent. I am concerned that they've played only lands and nothing else, so they have clearly many things that they could do. They have black mana, red mana. They just need to stall some amount to bring out their commander. Okay, Pack Beast can't really kill that, but I can a big old creature. And scry. The parcel beast can get a land or something, right? Look at the top card. If it's a land, you may put it onto the battlefield. Okay, so they have the double ability right here. Go get a land and then tap it and then get a land. It's a toy from when you were young. Oh, okay, it's a vintage one. That's what I was, right? That's what I was saying. Like Pete's Dragon is definitely not one of the ones that they really give a lot of airtime to nowadays. I think wasn't there a new version or an updated version or something, and or maybe I'm imagining. So Jägerblitzen didn't want their mana creature touched. Okay, so that was the dragon deck. I'm at 357. Let me play one more game with something else and then we'll wrap it up. That'd be about 4 hours. There's no challenges at the moment for me to complete, actually, so I don't know, let's try this mono black Drana, see how that goes. I have all of these other Brawl decks, but they have rotated out and they don't do historic enough. They did a live action adaptation back in 2014. You saw it, and the CGI on the dragon was pretty well drawn for the time. Oh, look at black versus black. But what about me? So there's Vito, there's the Duskfang, but that's not really gonna do anything. Extinction event and the relic. Maybe. Well, the original Pete's Dragon already had a mixture of live action plus animation, but nowadays, of course, it's the CGI instead of hand painted. Timaret. And then I miss a land drop. Okay, if I don't get a land next turn, I need to concede too far back. So that is even, and that is odd. Let's see if I get any other, and that one's also odd. Okay. So they milled that, so I definitely have to do it then. No, you cannot activate your Timaret, you need 2 mana. But it does keep pausing, so I bet you they'll have that one village rights. So that they sacrifice their own creature and then draw some cards. Oh, I guess not, maybe. Okay. What's next? 3, 4, 5. I guess as a sort of a target, I can bring out the Blood Glutton, maybe. Still waiting for Netflix to bring out the Magic the Gatherings. You know what? I remember that was something that was hyped last year or 1.5 years ago or something, and then I have not heard anything more about it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do I have 8? Yeah, I've got 8 mana. Okay, so the idea is to bring out the Blood Glutton and then the Duskfang Mentor. Whenever you gain life, it gets bigger, but that is not gaining life. Okay, let's see if they start to use their removal. sure they'll have at least one. Take out that blood glutton. Yep, there it is. Then I don't really have any good blockers. One more removal. Okay, fine. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 mana in total. I don't think there's a way. Yeah, I don't have any more removals, so I guess that's how the cookie crumbles. Whenever this attacks. Let's see if they don't have one final. Let's see if they don't have one final removal. 3 attackers, I have 2 blockers. Nothing with life gain. Oh yeah, there's the final life gain with Timoret. I wonder what the silence is. They're keeping it under wraps. They had enough for a teaser. Most of this the case. Last year was the... He said nothing since. Yeah, sometime last year. I remember that animation about the... they had like a cool intro animation for a moment, and then they haven't seen anything else besides then, so that's pretty weird. Alright, well, let's wind it down at this point. So the boosters, what were the good things in here again? In Core 21, what was the rare here? Where did the rare go on that? Okay, so in the Core 21 booster, the rare in there was Jolreal Monvuli Recluse. She makes a bunch of cats. So, very cool art on that. So very cool art on that. A couple of cool little panthers. Then we had on the Ikoria booster, what was the rare? Oh yeah, the rare on there was Obosh, the companion that was breaking everything. So that's scary Hellion horror. Then also opened up a couple of mini decks. Vraska and Jace dual decks. Would be pretty fun to put them in regular sized sleeves and then go to a game and shuffle up and then start to play my cards, and I play my card and it's in a big sleeve, but it's only that large. And then also, I don't know if I showed it previously, I picked up a revised Soul Ring. Very good condition. There's like no imperfections on it basically, and I think they sold it at a very, very, very good price. So yeah, finally have a vintage Soul Ring. I don't know why they didn't print it in 4th edition. They stopped printing it in 3rd edition, revised. So I have that. Even though obviously, if you've all seen my video, you know what my thoughts on Turn 1 Soul Ring are. But here is the original flaming art. You got for the news is from November on the Russo brothers worked on. Yeah, there was like a lot of like big names and stuff, right? That the Russo brothers and like just a lot of big names and stuff about that, but then no final word on that. So we'll see what happens. But what is coming closer and closer is the Arena on mobile. Nice old school. Well, it was from eBay, so I'm always looking for the detail. I'm always looking for the deals on eBay. You can look up the cost in a little bit, but I'm sure it was somewhere around probably like 15 to 25 or so. I didn't want to go more than that. Like I said, they had it in a good condition, and there were these other ones that were kind of beat up, but I thought, well, maybe for a little bit more I'll get one that's not beat up. But that was one of the ones. I started at 4th edition basically, so I never was able to. I'm sure I must have cracked maybe a revised booster, but I never got one of those. I'm surprised if it's going to be super surprise drop either on summer or winter. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think they want to do a surprise drop of that Netflix series. I think they want to hype it as much as they can to. They want to hype. They want to hype it as much as they can to. He's vicious. I think they want to hype it as much as they can for do you want to see my soul ring right here? No, this is more valuable than you. Just kidding. So, yeah, revised Soul Ring is not incredibly expensive. If you go back to Black Border Soul Ring, definitely those are gonna be some bucks. No, now he's trying to get the. I have the microphone right here. It's one of these furry microphones, so he wants to get it because he thinks it's a mouse or something. It's not really that visible, but I have this. This is my microphone right there, and it's one of these with these furry marks. Look at that. He's looking at it. He's like, "That's wanna stock that." No. Give him an inch, they take a mile. They're nocturnal, so even though it's midnight for me, it's like this is prime time stalking territory. I mean, prime time stalking time. He wants to learn to play. He's telling me. Yeah, a few times he's sitting on my lap here watching stuff happen when I'm playing Arena, and sometimes he's calm and he just looks, but then other times he does want to jump onto the the screen and oh no, be cute like this. Look at that, he's like a liquid cat. So you're supposed to correct them when they like you're supposed to have them only like actually bite and play with toys, not your hands and stuff, because then they would get used to that. But he's just so cute, can't say no. Anyway, okay, well, let's wrap it up at that point right there. And as usual, thanks everyone for coming to hang out. Don't forget to check out the various videos I put out there on YouTube, and I'm probably gonna do an Evil Mage video or two for the Kaldheim spoilers. There's some cool new black cards coming out that we should get a new perspective on. Now, as I've said before, the I know that you all like those videos, but if we look behind the scenes, those videos get some amount of views, but they also get a lot of thumbs down. So I think what I need to do is I need to make them actually useful. Like, I always thought of them as just being like a fun joke sort of thing, but I guess people want to watch Magic videos because they want to know the best tech and how to beat their opponents, and that was never the idea for that type of video. It was just like some weird rambling about cards from an evil perspective. But when people don't see like, well, what do I combo with it, and how do I defeat my opponent on turn 2? People thumbs down it, and for whatever reason, YouTube doesn't want to cooperate at the moment, so might not be able to show that. Try that again. I just want to look at some stats. There it is. Okay, so for example, the last one that I did, which was way back in October, I definitely have the desire to want to do it more often, but that was 104 views. There was only 3 thumbs up, 2 thumbs down. Then I did one on Uro, that's a perfect 5 up, that's weird. Then I did Drana, that's 4 up, 2 down. Okay, people hated Baron right here, 4 up, 8 down. Rin and Seri, people hated that one, 5 up, 7 down. Then Lutri, people hated... Lutri, where's Lutri? Lutri was 6 up, 8 down. People, him to Torok, people love that one, perfect 5 up. And then the Haunt of High Tower. So a lot of the most recent ones. And then what about this one? Fell Spectre 3 versus 6. So that's the thing that, you know, and then the views are all over the place. 104 for Tevish Zat, 56 for Uru, 274 for Baron. So that's a little bit behind the scenes there that people seem to, I don't know, unless things are like obviously funny, like even the professor gets thousands of thumbs downs, obviously hundreds of thousands thumbs ups, but he also gets thousands of thumbs down, and his videos do a very good job of being comedic plus informative. And like this video, these types of videos right here, I mostly meant them to be comedic. And from the thumbs down and stuff, people don't find them comedic enough, or they don't get the humor or whatever. And then they're not informative enough that, like, yeah, how do I use Baron to combo to destroy my opponent on turn 3? So that's the thing about the most evil videos, that they mostly get thumbs down, as we see right there. The recent ones over here, these recent shorts that I've done, so I did top 5 budget mana rocks. That one's also got a lot of hate right there. It's 48 thumbs down, 31 thumbs up, although it got 4,500 views. And then I did the top 5 budget black cards. So far that's 32 up and 9 down, but it's pretty new from January 7th with 1,800 views. So yeah, whenever you say top or best, people will definitely let you know if they don't agree with you. So that's one problem with the anonymous nature of the internet. Everyone's got an opinion and they definitely let you know. But I guess I do it for a creative outlet, and also if there's some amount of monetary reward for it. But the problem with the shorts, as you guys that saw in my other video about my stats, the shorts usually, like this got me 2 cents compared to these other things that get me actual whole dollars. So these get a lot of views and they get some amount of subscribers, but very little revenue compared to the more longer form videos. So like that the Angrath Planeswalker video that I made a long time ago, 6,000 views. See, compared to that, 6,000 views, 61 thumbs up, 11 thumbs down, and in the totality of it, lifetime, we say lifetime, that was $2.54. But I really think that definitely YouTube nowadays, nowadays they're not as friendly to newcomers. YouTube, I think they've shot themselves in the foot in terms of they have enough famous YouTubers that they're paying literally millions of dollars to, There are people on YouTube that make millions of dollars on YouTube, and even if it's not millions, okay, thousands of dollars. There's lots of people that make thousands of dollars on YouTube. I do not at all. But I think they've created enough of a famous people on YouTube that they have to pay off so many of those people. Because look at this. Way back in 2018, in the old days of 2018. Oh, and actually, that's the wrong view. I was going to show it this way. See, look. Oh, actually, look. It still makes sense here. So, way back in 2018, I was monetized on YouTube. I was making some amount of money. Then they said, okay, you have to have 1,000 subscribers. And so it took like 2 years to get to 1,000 subscribers. So see how there's like dead zone all the way from February 2018 all the way till September 2020. So more than 2 years. There was all of that time where I was not getting any payout from there. And back then it was like, okay, yeah, it's 4 cents, whatever, it's 20 cents. There was a trend of up 20 cents. After I got remonetized on that, well, now it's still down to 1 cent, 4 cent, and all of that. So that's YouTube not wanting to pay unless you have these very high thresholds. So, yeah, just some behind the scenes stuff there. So anyway, let's wrap it up yet again. I've been wrapping it up for 15 minutes, right? Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. We'll do it again next time. Say hi on the Discord, and we'll be back next time for more. Probably do draft next time. I'll probably be in more of a mood for draft, competitive or whatever next time. We'll see what special events are going on. We'll play some more Brawl. We'll do some more, I don't know, other crack-a-packs, questions and all of that. And see if the cat wants to help me play on the stream next time and so forth. So thanks everyone for coming as usual. See you next time. This has been VM Campos, and I'll see you in the arena.